Chapter 237. Chapter 237. Dividing the Treasures. Chapter 237. Dividing the Treasures. Since neither of you agree, Sir Nanming, how do you think we should split the treasures in this box? Li Lingtian's smile remained on his face, but he glared at the Nanming alchemist. He had plenty of weapons and treasures. Heaven artifacts might seem like treasures to others, but he didn't need them. However, he liked the pill formula. With Nanming alchemist's alchemy cultivation, a 5th-grade pill was already at most. Sir Lingtian wants 2 jade slips? That's not good, right? Why don't we look through both jade slips? If both jade slips contain pill formulas, we'll each take one. If there's only one pill formula, we'll draw lots. How about that? Nanming didn't know how to distribute it, but he was worried that the 2 jade slips were magical pill recipes. Following that, he revealed his plan. Fai only mentioned how he and Li Lingtian would split the jade slips. He did not mention the other ways of splitting the jade slips. Ah, Sir Nanming, you really have a good idea. I asked for 2 jade slips when I didn't know the situation. If I knew what was inside, would one still choose the jade slip? This one doesn't want the jade slips. Tier 5 pills are already my limit. Want to know what's inside these 2 jade slips, so you can take them. I'll just choose a heaven artifact. Li Lingtian waved his hand and his sleeve. A hint of anger appeared on his face. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Li Lingtian was angry. Moreover, Li Lingtian's words were reasonable. Li Lingtian was already at a disadvantage when he chose the jade slip without knowing what it was. Nanming was actually making things difficult for him. Even a clay man would be angry. One, choose a heaven artifact. I will also choose a heaven artifact. Heaven artifact. One is enough. He didn't expect Gu Lanqing to also choose a heaven artifact, which puzzled Nanming. In this way, the 4 of them had chosen 4 heaven artifacts, leaving only 1 green pearl. The heaven artifact had been divided up, leaving only a green bead. He was about to miss out on the heaven artifact. Wasn't he at a loss this time? 4 heaven artifacts. Since you've chosen them, I've come for nothing. Nanming's expression turned ugly. He didn't know what was inside the 2 jade slips. If he chose the 2 jade slips like this, it wouldn't count. Sir Lingtian chose 2 jade slips, but he didn't say anything. Lin Xiao looked at Nanming. Apart from Gu Lanqing, who was a Tier 4 martial emperor, the rest were all Tier 3 martial emperors. Naturally, he was not worried that Nanming would play any tricks. Forget it, I don't want the treasure anymore. You guys can split it among yourselves. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian unleashed the divine array diagram. A ray of light appeared, and the entire room was instantly enveloped in its radiance. A phantom image of an array altar appeared in the room, causing Lin Xiao and the others to be confused. She wondered why Li Lingtian did not want the treasure anymore. Was he joking? However, they soon realized that there was no exit in the room and there was no way out. As an array master, Li Lingtian could naturally leave as he pleased. They were just trapped inside. Since Sir Lingtian doesn't want the treasure, I don't want this treasure either. Consider this a tour. Sir Lingtian, please send me out. Jiang Wei smiled, but he smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect such a situation to happen. If it was anywhere else, he would never make such a decision. In this room, if there was no exit, he would be trapped to death even if he obtained the treasure. Sir Lingtian, why are you angry? I was only joking with you. It's just 2 jade slips. Sir Lingtian is still at a disadvantage. How about this? I'll give this green pearl to Sir Lingtian as well. How about it, the 3 of you? A murderous intent flashed in Nanming's heart. However, the current situation was disadvantageous to him. If Li Lingtian left just like that, he would have to stay here. I'll let you be arrogant first, but all your treasures are mine. Nanming had a smile on his face as he cursed in his heart. Then, he looked at Jiang Wei and the other 2. All right, that's it. Sir Lingtian has contributed the most, so I have no objections. Sir Nanming, good idea. Although Jiang Wei and the other 2 didn't agree, they thought that no matter how they split the green bead, it would never be given to them. the chances of it falling into Nan Ming's hands were higher. Since Nan Ming was willing to take it out, he had nothing to say. Li Lingtian did not say anything. With one hand and one body, he grabbed the 2 jade slips and the green bead from afar. Without any intention of checking them, he put them into his storage pouch. Jiang Wei and Lin Xiao chose the short sword. Nan Ming chose the bell, and Gu Lanqing chose the battle axe. "Let's go," Li Lingtian said as he looked at Gu Lanqing. "It's time to leave. Sir Lingtian, please send us out," Lin Xiao said. Obtaining a heaven artifact was already considered good. He had originally used a lower-grade Emperor artifact, but now it was a heaven artifact. With such a treasure, his strength would increase by an unknown amount. "You don't need my help. Brother Gu, just put the box back to its original place," Li Lingtian said calmly while his eyes were still fixed on Gu Lanqing. This place was obviously a trap. There was no need for a formation. The only way out was this box. The treasure in the box was gone. However, the box could activate the mechanism here. Although it was only a guess, it was worth a try. Naming's face turned cold when Li Lingtian finished speaking. Why did he not think of this? He had actually given away the 3 items. "Gotcha!" Gu Lanqing was slightly stunned. He tried to put the box back to its original place. Suddenly, a cracking sound was heard. Everyone felt dizzy. A huge force pulled them up, and the entire stone room seemed to be spinning. Boom! 5 seconds later, there was a loud explosion and the box exploded. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically as he activated his true dragon body barrier with his divine consciousness. He also placed the ice and fire ring in front of him. A terrifying force blasted the 5 of them away. When they reappeared, they were already on a mountain range. A mouthful of blood spurted out. By the time Li Lingtian realized what was going on, he was already in mid-air and had been sent flying by the force. Borrowing the force of the impact, he used the thunderclap wings, and his body strangely disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already 20 miles away. Nan Ming and the other 3 landed and noticed that Li Lingtian had disappeared. Their expressions were ugly. Li Lingtian's body kept flashing as he did not know where to go. After flying for half an hour, he spat out another mouthful of blood. He was struck by a force without any defense, which shocked him. He scanned the surroundings with his divine sense and finally found a cave where he could stay. His body flashed, and he entered. He cast a few formations at the entrance of the cave, and the entrance disappeared. After doing everything, he began to regulate his breathing. In an unknown and unfamiliar place, he had to recover from his injuries and recover his energy to the best state to deal with all unknown dangers. In the cave, Li Lingtian did not bother to look at the jade slips and beads. Instead, he focused on recuperating his injuries. 2 days passed. 2 days later, he left the cave, chose a direction, and flew on his sword at a moderate speed. On the 5th day after entering the ancient cave dwelling, Shun Mei and Wei Tian were looking for something aimlessly. "Little princess, this place is filled with danger. One think we should find a place to rest. When the time is up, we'll leave." Little princess doesn't lack anything at all. Wei Tian felt extremely depressed. As the 8th commander, he actually had to accompany this little princess to wander around this dangerous place. Shun Mei was the little princess of the queen's palace. She had everything she wanted. If she wanted something, someone would find it with just a word. There was no need for her to take the risk in the ancient cave abode in the soliciting Moon Mountains. It seemed that the little princess had come to play these past few days and not to look for any treasures. However, he was depressed. There were countless experts here. There were several Type 8 experts, and there were even Type 9 experts. If he was alone, it would be fine. However, if he brought the little princess along, if he was not careful and the little princess was injured or killed, his entire family would be wiped out. "You don't want to come? Then go back. One didn't ask you to come." Shun Mei-er's face no longer had a hint of coquettish charm. Instead, her face was pure and innocent. But now, her face was filled with impatience. It had been a few days, but she had not seen the person she wanted to see. "Little princess, please forgive me. I'm just worried about your safety." When Wei Tian heard this, he immediately felt bad. If this little princess complained, he would be finished. Therefore, he quickly smiled apologetically. He did not dare to provoke this little princess. Even if he died, he could not make this little princess unhappy. "Hee, you don't have to worry about your little princess' safety. I'll protect her." At this moment, a sinister laugh was heard, and the entire lawn shook with the sound. Wei Tian and Shun Mei were both shocked. They did not think that someone would dare to be so rude, even after knowing their identity. "Who is it? Get out!" Wei Tian roared as he circulated his true qi and scanned his surroundings with his divine sense. However, he could not find a single shadow. He did not even see a single demonic beast, let alone a person. When he realized this, he felt even more troubled. "Hee, the old man is coming out now. You can get lost. 1 foot 11 inches protect the little girl, hee. Little girl, don't worry. I'll make you want to die later." The sinister laughter appeared again, but when the voice fell, a figure appeared in the void. Wei Tian saw the figure in the sky and felt that something was wrong. Old monster Tian Ming was a womanizer and had a notorious reputation. It seemed like he had his eyes on the little princess. The little princess was peerlessly beautiful, and all the men in the world were tempted. When this old man saw the little princess, he naturally had his attention on the little princess. Shun Mei was also frightened. Although her cultivation was low, she had heard of this old man's bad reputation. He was like a beggar. Any woman would be disgusted by this old man. However, this old man's strength was terrifying. He was invincible among rank 8 experts. Even Wei Tian was not his match. He was finished this time. The fear in his heart grew. If he fell into the hands of this old man, he might as well die. Chapter 238. Chapter 238. The Power to Destroy the Army. The Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 238. The Power to Destroy the Army. The Destruction of Heaven and Earth. Old monster Tianming, how dare you be so rude to the little princess? Aren't you afraid of extracting her soul? Wei Tian saw that old monster Tianming had actually said such words in front of him. This was the little princess of the queen's palace, and someone in the Azure continent actually dared to covet the little princess. He was truly courting death. He felt a deep sense of fear towards old monster Tianming. However, when he thought of the queen's palace's reputation, he believed that old monster Tianming would also feel fear. Moreover, no matter how powerful old monster Tianming was, he might not be able to kill him. If he did not die, old monster Tianming would be hunted down by the queen's palace, even if he fled to the ends of the earth. Haha, queen's palace, this old man is also very afraid. However, if I kill you here, this little girl will he. Who else knows who captured the little girl? You could die now. Old monster Tianming laughed sinisterly as if Wei Tian was already dead. Old monster Tianming, is it possible for you to kill me? Wei Tian and Shun Mei were both terrified. If they were really ambushed here, the people outside would not know who did it. Shun Mei felt a tinge of regret. She shouldn't have entered this place. Now that she had encountered such a situation, she didn't pay any attention to it. In the outside world, no one could provoke her. Moreover, she was surrounded by countless proud sons of heaven. However, she had never thought that such a day would come. Well, no, once we try. After old monster Tianming finished speaking, his terrifying true energy caused the world to tremble. A shocking true energy attack smashed down on Wei Tian. The power of true essence was firm and fierce without losing its femininity. This was also the power after he plucked it. It had his firm and fierce power, but also the woman's femininity. The world trembled and space was torn apart. Light of the Oracle. Wei Tian was shocked. He did not think that old monster Tianming would have the guts to do so. He did not dare to be the slightest bit careless in this attack. The first thing he did was use the Light of Oracle. This was a forbidden technique that was equivalent to a martial emperor. He knew his own strength. Even if the little princess wasn't here, he wouldn't be a match for old monster Tianming. However, now that the little princess was here, he didn't dare to be careless. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Wei Tian's body was thrown into the air, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Dying. Old monster Tianming did not stop at all. Another destructive attack smashed down ruthlessly. Since he had made a move, he could not show any mercy. Otherwise, it would be seen by outsiders and spread to the queen's palace. Ignore attacks. Wei Tian's face was filled with fear. This attack was enough to take his life. He had thought that he was no match for the old monster, but he had never expected the old monster to be so powerful. In his anxiety, he reversed his vital essence and used the martial emperor forbidden technique. A light circle met the attack in the air. Just as he used the forbidden technique that ignored attacks, his expression changed drastically. In the sky, a destructive attack erupted from the other side. Its power was even stronger than old monster Tianming's attack. The target of that attack was him. Even if he was a fool, he knew that old monster Tianming had already joined forces with others to scheme against him. No wonder he was so unscrupulous. Even if an outsider came, he would be killed. He and the little princess were doomed this time. Rumble. A shocking explosion sounded out. At the same time, the shocking attack behind him also struck Wei Tian. When an 8th-level martial emperor was injured and caught off guard, his body would be as weak as paper in the face of a sneak attack from an expert of the same level. Without a single scream, Wei Tian's body was torn apart. His entire body was covered in blood, and his face was pale as his life force gradually disappeared. Little princess, let's go. The power of the army destroyer can destroy everything. When Wei Tian's life force disappeared, he remembered that the little princess was still here. If the little princess was humiliated, he would not forgive himself even if he died. He burned the last of his life to unleash the destructive power of the army destroyer. Seeing Wei Tian die right in front of her, Shun Mei'er felt extremely upset. She had never shown any mercy to her subordinates before, but now someone had died to protect her. His body flashed quickly, and he ran into the distance. However, no matter how fast a warrior spirit was, it was impossible for him to escape the destructive army-shattering power. Not good, quickly dodge. When old monster Tianming saw Wei Tian's counterattack before his death, he was shocked to death. Martial artists who used the army-destroying power would never be able to reincarnate, and its power would destroy the world. After saying that, his body flashed, but it was already too late. The army-destroying power swept across the world with a destructive power, destroying everything within a 5-kilometer radius. The old ghost, Yin Ming, who was hiding in the air, was also extremely shocked. His body flashed, but it was too late. It's good to die. It's better than being humiliated. I know that you look down on me. It's just that Mei'er was born with a bewitching body, and she was born without control. However, if one die like this, my body will still be pure, and my body will belong to you alone. Seeing the destruction of the world, Shun Mei'er stopped. A beautiful smile appeared on her face, but there was a trace of regret in her smile. As she spoke to herself, her voice was drowned out by the destructive world. In her despairing eyes, a light shadow flashed. The light shadow was beyond the horizon. When she saw it clearly, the light shadow had already arrived in her line of sight. The light figure didn't hesitate at all and plunged into the destructive world. The light gradually became clear, and a graceful figure appeared. Her white clothes fluttered in the wind. When her body flashed again, she was already in front of him. This figure was like a nightmare in her heart. True dragon body protection, creation of the heavens and earth, divine array world, shifting flowers to trees, spatial imprisonment. The figure came before her with a comforting smile on her face. She waved her hands, and a formation enveloped her. At the same time, a pill cauldron appeared. The pill cauldron emitted a mysterious light, and the light enveloped her. He also intentionally or unintentionally stood in front of her, protecting the two of them with a light shield. A banner kept changing and twisting, and the destructive power between heaven and earth shot in all directions. The figure in front of her wasn't imposing, but it gave her a sense of security. He had left all his defenses to her, and he was standing in front of her. Although the destruction of the world came from all directions, his subconscious reaction made her feel his intentions, using a human body to block the destructive power for her. The entire process only took an instant. The destructive power between heaven and earth erupted and quickly spread hundreds of miles away. The body in front of her trembled and was about to hit her. However, this body forcefully took a step forward and collided with the destructive power. A blood mist dispersed, and the world gradually quieted down. The destructive power gradually disappeared. Endless gales raged, but this body slowly fell down. In the sky, two sounds of blood spurting rang out. Old monster Tianming and old ghost Yiming both spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them had completely turned into beggars, and their bodies were covered in blood. What a terrifying army-shattering power. Old monster Tianming looked into the distance in shock. He had just escaped quickly and forcefully used a forbidden technique at the last moment. He was lucky enough to escape, but he was also hit by the destructive power. His cultivation went by quickly, and his realm dropped to the 7th level of the martial emperor realm. All the meridians in his body were broken. The old ghost, Yiming, wasn't any better. His face was deathly pale, and he was extremely regretful. Old monster, hand over the Yin God Pearl. Old ghost Yiming looked at old monster Tianming. His losses this time were too great. 2. The Yin God Pearl. That girl is gone. Do you still want the Yin God Pearl? Is there such a good thing? Old monster Tianming said angrily. Are you going back on your word? My cultivation fell because of you. The disappearance of that little kid was not part of our deal. He's actually not dead yet. The old ghost Yiming was also furious, but in the end he actually discovered that there was still an aura at the center of the explosion. This aura was completely unharmed and was not injured at all. No, there should be two of them. One of them had an extremely weak aura. Let's go take a look. If the little girl is still alive, I'll give you the Yin God Pearl. Also, if we leave like this, the Queen's Palace will definitely hunt us down endlessly. Old monster Tianming also discovered the situation inside. He glanced at old ghost Yiming and said loudly. After saying that, he walked inside. His face was pale, his cultivation had fallen, and his injuries were extremely serious. However, he could not help himself now. How are you? Don't scare me. Why are you doing this? Is it worth it? You still have me in your heart. If you dare to die, I won't let you off even if I go to hell. Shunmeier looked at the elegant figure lying on the ground. He was not moving at all. The pain in his heart was as if it was being torn apart. He had never felt so uncomfortable before. However, she was covered by the array and the light that was about to dissipate. She could not move at all. She could only look at the man who was less than 2 meters away from her. The originally elegant figure now had traces of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale, and he did not even know if he was dead or alive. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as he opened his eyes weakly. There was not a single meridian in his body that was intact. He couldn't move his body at all. When he heard the voice behind him, a faint smile appeared on his face. However, it was so difficult to smile at this moment. Will you do this when you see me being destroyed? Li Lingtian spoke weakly. Every word he uttered tugged at his meridians, and his face was filled with pain. I will. One will protect you like you protect me. Shunmer blurted out without any hesitation, and the tears on her face couldn't help but fall. Since you can do this, why can't I? Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. With this, he would have no regrets even if he had to die. A satisfied smile appeared on her face, but it was difficult to smile. At this moment, Shunmeier finally felt that she had made the right decision to come here. She didn't regret it at all, because she had heard the words that she wanted to hear the most in this world. A sinister laughter drifted over from the sky. The sinister laughter was very uncoordinated in this quiet environment. Shun Mei-er's face showed a trace of fear, and at the same time, a trace of determination. Chapter 239. Chapter 239. Grade 7 Great Rejuvenation Pill. Chapter 239. Grade 7 Great Rejuvenation Pill. One don't regret it at all. In my next life, Mei-er will still be your woman. Shun Mei-er coldly looked at the two figures in the distance and said in a soft voice. Her voice was so soft that only the two of them could hear her. Little girl, you caused my cultivation to fall. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead. Old monster Tian Ming revealed a vicious expression. The evil in his eyes became extremely terrifying, as if he wanted to devour the girl in front of him. You have designs on my woman. 10,000 deaths will not be enough to atone for your crime. I will exterminate your entire clan. Li Ling Tian slowly crawled up with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. He looked extremely terrifying. He looked sharply at the two old men in the distance. One was a beggar-like old man, and the other was an old man with dancing chi. Junior, she's your woman, a piece of trash. I'll refine you into a puppet first. Old monster Tian Ming didn't know how this young man had survived this destructive power, but the killing intent in his heart was extremely dense. He only wanted to kill this young man. All right, then you all will die. Blood continued to flow from the corner of Li Lingtian's mouth. His face was in extreme pain. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated the divine dragon ring, and the space trembled. The silver-winged flying dragon, multicolored beast, Little White, and jade-eyed beast appeared in front of him at the same time. Little White crouched beside Li Lingtian. The multicolored beast, jade-eyed beast, and silver-winged flying dragon did not wait for Li Lingtian's order before they roared and charged forward. After spending so much time with Li Lingtian, even the demonic beast developed feelings for him. Seeing Li Lingtian's injuries, the few demonic beasts were enraged. Their destructive demonic powers overwhelmed him. Silver-winged flying dragon. Level 5, Level 8 silver-winged flying dragon. Multicolored beast, jade-eyed beast. Old monster Tian Ming and old ghost Yin Ming had never thought that this young man would have a Level 5, Level 8 demonic beast. Such a terrifying existence had the same cultivation as them, but his strength was extremely terrifying. Even when he was at his peak, he did not dare to provoke him easily. Moreover, his cultivation had fallen and his injuries were serious. He did not have the strength to fight at all. Not to mention a Level 8 demon beast. Even a Level 5 or 6 demon beast could kill them. When they discovered this situation, they were shocked to death. Rumble, rumble. Before they could react, a series of shocking attacks bombarded them. In the blink of an eye, the 3 demon beasts and the 2 elders were fighting. Shun Mei-er was elated to see Li Lingtian having such a demonic beast. Due to the urgency, he had long forgotten about the demonic beast that he saw Li Lingtian last time. Tisk! Li Lingtian slowly stood up and forcefully cast a spell. The spell pointed at the heaven and earth creation cauldron, and the light from the cauldron disappeared. The cauldron returned to Li Lingtian's hand. He cast another incantation gesture, and the divine array world's light shield disappeared. Li Lingtian could not hold it in any longer after casting the 2 incantation gestures. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned ghastly pale. With the array around Shun Mei-er removed, she no longer cared about anything else as she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms. Tears were streaming down her face. During this period of time, she had been out of sorts after leaving Li Lingtian. However, she could not go to Maple Leaf Villa to find Li Lingtian. He had originally planned to disappear just like that, but he was reluctant to do so until the ancient cave abode in the soliciting Moon Mountains opened and allowed his subordinate to obtain the wooden bead to enter. She had also wanted to meet Li Lingtian in the ancient cave dwelling. Just as she had hoped, Li Lingtian appeared outside the cave dwelling. However, Li Lingtian's figure quickly disappeared after he entered the cave. After searching for a few days in the ancient cave abode, Li Ling Tian was nowhere to be found. Wei Tian had died, and he had almost fallen into old monster Tian Ming's hands. After going through so many things and suffering, how could a girl like her bear it? With Li Ling Tian here, she would naturally have a place to vent her frustrations. "It's all right now," Li Ling Tian said softly as he endured the pain all over his body. No matter what had happened in the past, he owed this Shun Mei. He had made a girl so afraid for him. What else could he not be satisfied with? Rumble, rumble. Explosions sounded in the sky as countless experts rushed over. However, when they saw the battle between the demonic beasts and old monster Tian Ming in the sky, they were all incomparably shocked. They didn't know what had happened, but old monster Tian Ming and old ghost Yin Ming were both extremely afraid after being beaten up like this. They thought that a few demon beasts had beaten the two of them until their cultivation realms fell and their hearts trembled. Even though they saw Li Ling Tian injured, they did not dare to take advantage of the situation as they had to look at the target. A few demonic beasts had turned 2 8th-level martial emperors into 7th-level martial emperors. Now that they were not far from death, they naturally did not dare to die. "Oh, arg!" A miserable cry sounded out as old monster Tian Ming was struck by the silver-winged flying dragon's destructive demonic energy. His body was continuously torn apart, and in the end his life force disappeared. He couldn't be any more dead. The silver-winged flying dragon didn't stop after this attack. It continued to attack old ghost Yin Ming. Now it was 3 against 1. With old monster Tian Ming's death, it brought the shadow of death to old ghost Yin Ming. Rumble. Another earth-shaking explosion occurred. The despair in the old ghost Yin Ming's eyes turned into ashes, and his body split apart. Roar, 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 roar. After the 3 demonic beasts killed old monster Tian Ming and old ghost Yin Ming, they let out waves of violent roars and looked at the experts in the distance with a show of force. They were enraged when Li Ling Tian was beaten up like this. Their violent rage terrified countless powerhouses. 2, let's go. Li Ling Tian's palm gently caressed Shun Mei's back before she finally quieted down. She knew that Li Ling Tian was in a bad state and needed to find a place to recuperate. If she delayed Li Ling Tian's recuperation, he might even die. The multicolored beast crouched down after Li Ling Tian finished speaking and gestured for Li Ling Tian to go up. Li Ling Tian struggled to get on the multicolored beast. Shun Mei sat behind him while Little White sat on Li Ling Tian's shoulder. The 3 demonic beasts ran away quickly and disappeared from the sight of countless experts in the blink of an eye. On the multicolored beast tried its best to reduce the bumps, and its speed was not too fast. After running for a full hour, the silver-winged flying dragon flew in the air and finally stopped by a lake. The jade-eyed beast's body flashed and entered the lake. After a moment, it appeared again and gave the multicolored beast a human-like look before entering the lake again. The multicolored beast did not stop either. The few demonic beasts had been together for a long time and naturally understood each other's intentions. The silver-winged flying dragon and the multicolored beast quickly entered the lake. The multicolored beast quickly sank. After sinking for 100 meters, a cave appeared. However, no lake water entered the cave, as if it was blocked by something mysterious. The jade-eyed beast burrowed into the cave with the multicolored beast following behind. Li Ling Tian did not bother with the demonic beasts, as he had no chance to bother with them now. The injuries all over his body worsened rapidly. He could only focus on his body and not let his consciousness disappear. Shun Mei had also noticed something amiss with Li Ling Tian, but she was not in the mood to care about the demonic beast's actions. The sound of air being torn apart rang out as 3 demon beasts appeared in a dry cave. The cave was very big, and there were countless small holes of different sizes inside. Each small hole had a radius of more than 10 square meters. Out of the 3 demonic beasts, one blocked the entrance while the other 2 walked in. They blocked both sides so that Li Lingtian could heal himself. Shun Mei got down from the multicolored beast and hugged Li Lingtian. They quickly walked into a small hole. He stretched out his hand, and an exquisite ring appeared. Immediately, the space fluctuated, and countless daily necessities and jade bottles appeared in the ring. Great cyclic pellet. Where is the great cyclic pellet? Where's my great cyclic pellet? Shun Mei kept rummaging through her interspatial ring. If someone saw the pills in these jade bottles, they would definitely go crazy because these pills were all tier 4 or 5 precious pills. There were even some legendary precious pills. Found it. Shun Mei searched through her interspatial ring and finally found a brocade box. Inside the brocade box was an exquisite jade box with over 10 seals on it. So many seals were just to seal a pill. The pill was the size of a finger, but it emitted a magical light. Heaven and earth are clear and frozen. Revive your soul and restore your spirit. Open. He chanted an incantation, and more than 10 seals were opened. The medicinal pill automatically flew out, carrying traces of spirituality, and was about to escape outside. The medicinal pill had its own consciousness. Only a tier 7 medicinal pill could have such spirituality. Seeing that the pill was about to escape, Shun Mei grabbed it with one hand and quickly stuffed it into Li Lingtian's mouth. The tears on her face were still wet as she anxiously watched Li Lingtian's transformation. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body was trembling and his expression was contorted. Silly woman, what pill did you give me? Li Lingtian endured the pain and looked at Shun Mei. What's wrong with you? This is my great cyclic pellet. Seeing Li Lingtian's expression, Shun Mei knew that she had not only failed to help Li Lingtian, but had instead worsened his injuries. She was not angry at all when she heard Li Lingtian call her a silly woman. On the contrary, she was extremely happy. If anyone else dared to shout like this, they would have died countless times. Great rejuvenating pill, a level 7 great rejuvenating pill. Li Lingtian's heart sank and his heart turned ashen. If it was any other time, a tier 7 pill like this would be the target of countless super heaven-defying powerhouses. Moreover, this great recovery pill was the most magical pill among the 7th grade pills. He didn't expect that Shun Mei would have such a pill. But now, not only could he not heal himself, but he was also adding fuel to the fire. He was weak and could not be nourished. Moreover, after his meridians were broken, this pill was a fatal poison. Hurry up and get out. If I'm not dead, come in again. Li Lingtian's entire body seemed to be on fire. The burning of his meridians made him suffer hellish pain. Originally, he only needed to enter the divine dragon ring to recover from his injuries. However, he did not expect that this silly woman would waste the recover pill for him and even push him to the edge of death. Chapter 240. Chapter 240. Cultivate Together 1. Chapter 240. Cultivate Together 1. If you die, I won't live alone. I'll go to hell with you. Seeing Li Lingtian's condition, Shun Mei knew that she was done for. She looked at Li Lingtian resolutely before turning around and leaving the cave. He tidied up the small cave next door. In less than 10 minutes, a warm boudoir appeared. The entrance of the small cave was covered by a formation flag. Once she was done, she walked out and sat quietly outside Li Lingtian's cave. If anything happened to Li Lingtian, she would follow him to hell. Her boudoir would be the place where they would be buried. The 3 demonic beasts were also extremely anxious. Their bodies were bursting with a violent aura as they paced back and forth. However, they did not dare to approach Li Lingtian. This silly woman. Li Lingtian smiled bitterly as he watched Shun Mei leave. He knew that Shun Mei was trying to save him. Otherwise, she would not have fed him such a precious and miraculous pill. With that, he waved his hands and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. He then entered the 3,000 dragon energies in the divine dragon ring. With the existence of a dragon chi, he would not be destroyed. Only in this way could he repair his meridians. If his meridians were not repaired, he would not even be able to use his cultivation technique. How could he be treated? A low growl came from his throat, and his expression was distorted. Seal! Seal! Once his meridians were slightly repaired, Li Lingtian quickly unleashed his ice soul, martial soul, and flaming sacred body. The two miraculous ultimate martial souls quickly suppressed the recover pill. The great cyclic pill was not like other medicinal pills that melted in the mouth. It had to be refined through exercise. An ordinary expert would need 10 days to half a month to refine a recover pill. Moreover, only martial supremes and martial emperors dared to use a grade 7 medicinal pill. He did not dare to refine the great rejuvenation pill now, and he did not have the strength to do so. He could only seal the great cyclic pellet, or else he would be burned to death by the medicinal power of the great cyclic pellet. His body was in turmoil. His meridians were broken from time to time, and his true essence was in disarray. Li Lingtian was on the verge of destruction. After an unknown amount of time, the great cyclic pellet was finally sealed, but there were still traces of medicinal strength moving around in his body. Li Lingtian could only allow the great cyclic pellet's medicinal effect to run through his body. He could only focus on repairing his meridians. Otherwise, he would not be able to heal himself, let alone stop the great cyclic pellet's medicinal effect. Hush! Li Lingtian did not know if it was a day or two before he finally heaved a sigh of relief. His meridians were gradually recovering. He left the divine dragon ring and reappeared in the cave. His expression had also recovered a lot, but his meridians still needed to recover. Now that he had passed the critical period, it was only a matter of time before his injuries and meridians recovered. After a mouthful of blood was expelled, his face gradually regained its ruddy color, and he was no different from an ordinary person. The only thing was that he could not use his meridians and true essence. He could only be an ordinary person for the time being. Xiaobai was relieved to see Li Lingtian come out. This was because every time Li Lingtian was injured, he would come out of the divine dragon ring and his injuries would recover. Although his expression wasn't very good, it seemed that his injuries had stabilized. Kiki, after chirping twice, a stream of consciousness was transmitted into Li Lingtian's awareness. Li Lingtian finally understood that Shunmei was still standing guard outside. He was stunned for a moment. This silly woman had done all kinds of silly things. For his sake, she had come to the ancient cave mansion and wasted the recover pill. After tidying himself up, he walked out of the cave and saw Shunmei staring at the cave. He looked extremely tired, as if he hadn't rested for a long time. "You, how are you?" When Shunmei saw Li Lingtian, she immediately stood up and sized him up. She asked softly like a child who had done something wrong. "I won't die, you silly woman." Li Lingtian's expression turned serious as he walked forward. He stared at Shunmei and spoke coldly. "Pa!" A crisp sound rang out in the cave, and Shunmei jumped up. You bully me." Shunmei rubbed her. Initially, she thought that Li Lingtian was going to blame her, but she did not expect him to slap her on the cheek. "This is your punishment." The coldness on Li Lingtian's face turned into a smile as he looked at Shunmei with a serious expression. Then, he kissed her red lips. Shunmei was also stunned, and she didn't react for a moment. What followed was the response of the storm. The two of them were completely silent in that intoxicated world. "Not here, okay?" Shunmei breathed heavily, her face flushed red. Seeing that there were a few beasts here, she felt a little embarrassed. She reached out and pulled Li Lingtian's hand as they walked toward their cave. The scenery in the cave was extremely beautiful. This was the second time the two of them had been together. They had completely let go. After going through all kinds of things, they knew their place in each other's hearts. Shunmei was born with a seductive body. Li Lingtian was completely mesmerized by this stunningly beautiful woman. After some time, the two of them quieted down. Shunmei leaned into Li Lingtian's arms and enjoyed his warmth. A satisfied expression appeared on her face. Neither of them said a word, but there was no need for them to talk. "You're my woman. Do you regret it?" Li Lingtian looked at the perfect girl and asked gently. This was an idiotic sentence. If she regretted it, she would not have chased him to the ancient cave mansion. "No, because I'm destined to be your woman. Mei is born with a charming body, but Mei is pure as ice and jade. Her body and mind belong only to you. Last time, I only wanted Prince Windspirit to teach you a lesson and make him give up. But after hearing what Prince Windspirit said, Mei was moved. It was as if she had touched the strings in her heart. Shun Mei spoke in a soft voice. She recounted everything that had happened during this period of time, warming Li Lingtian's heart. With such a woman falling in love with him, what else could he not be satisfied with? As the two of them spoke softly, Li Lingtian enjoyed the endless gentleness. The next day, Li Lingtian continued to recuperate. With Li Lingtian's love, Shun Mei had a smile on her face at all times. Her charm and innocence blended perfectly together. After a few days of recuperation, Li Lingtian's meridians were completely repaired, and he could now channel his qi to cultivate. Shun Mei blushed as she whispered something into Li Lingtian's ear. Li Lingtian was stunned as an excited smile appeared on his face. However, Shun Mei was extremely embarrassed. Dual cultivation, Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. He knew about dual cultivation, but he did not know how to do it. Moreover, according to Shun Mei, her body of bewitchment could increase the cultivation of a man who was dual cultivating by several times. Moreover, they could share their Zhen Qi and Zhen Yuan, but only if Shun Mei agreed. More importantly, the incantation for dual cultivation was also with Shun Mei. Because she had the body of charm, the Queen of the Queen Palace had already taught her the technique of dual cultivation. She was waiting for Shun Mei to get married, and then she would dual cultivate with her husband. All this while, her cultivation had not been able to increase. This was also because of the system. If she dual cultivated, her cultivation would increase in a straight line. Why are you so loud? You're so embarrassed. Later, don't just bully Mei. Remember, the chant and the cultivation method are more important. Shun Mei said shyly. She did not even dare to look up at Li Lingtian. After that, the two of them spent most of their time in dual cultivation. Li Lingtian knew how powerful dual cultivation was, but he did not expect it to be so fast. In 3 days, his cultivation had actually broken through to the fourth rank of the martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, the medicinal power of the grand rejuvenation pill in his body had also been converted into true essence. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 4th rank. Shun Mei was originally a Tier 9 warrior spirit, and her cultivation base had been rising continuously in the past 3 days. She had broken through to Tier 6 and was now a Tier 5 warrior king. As he watched the passing of time, Li Lingtian thought for a moment. It was about time for him to leave. If he missed the time, he would never be able to leave. However, Shun Mei's face revealed a reluctant expression. She knew that after they left this place, the two of them would definitely separate. There were many things that she could not control herself. Although she was the little princess of the queen's palace, she could not control herself. Little brother, Mei will be returning to the queen's palace after this trip. You must come and find me. Mei will always be waiting for you. Shun Mei had been fighting Li Lingtian for 2 months, and Li Lingtian had been taken advantage of. However, Li Lingtian did not address her as sister. Instead, he addressed her as Mei, or silly woman. All right, wait for me at the queen's palace. I'll definitely bring you back from the queen's palace. Because you're Li Lingtian's woman, silly woman. Li Lingtian said earnestly with a gentle expression. In this world, no matter how glorious it looked on the surface, there were countless things that were beyond one's control behind the scenes. He didn't ask Shun Mei anything because he didn't need to know. As long as he became stronger, everything would be fine. Well, we'll stay for another day, okay? A blissful smile appeared on Shun Mei-er's face as she spoke shyly. She then whispered into Li Lingtian's ear, causing the smile on his face to deepen. On that day, the two of them made love to their heart's content. No matter what Li Lingtian requested, Shun Mei-er would agree to it. She wanted to stay one more day to accompany Li Lingtian. Moreover, this place was their private world. After they went out, they would go their separate ways. Both of them enjoyed the warmth before Li Lingtian left the cave with Shun Mei-er and flew into the distance. A month's time was up very quickly. The two of them naturally had to rush back so that they wouldn't stay here forever. Counting the time, there were only 2 days left before they left. Li Lingtian stored Little White, the jade-eyed beast, and the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring. Holding Shun Mei-er in his arms, the multicolored beast galloped forward. Shun Mei-er snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms and enjoyed the last bit of gentleness. They would have to part once they were out. Both of them remained silent as they looked at the scenery on both sides. Even if there were powerhouses, Li Lingtian completely ignored them. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke these experts. He didn't want the treasures, and he had his own wealth. He wouldn't take the risk for the time being, because he and Shun Mei were going to be separated soon. If he still went for treasures and wealth at this time, it would be a great spoil of scenery. Li Lingtian did not know why Shun Mei wanted to go back, but he would not object to it, as he had many things to attend to. Moreover, the Queen's Palace was one of the 3 super forces in the Azure Continent. At least no one would dare to bully or provoke Shun Mei-er when she returned to the Queen's Palace. Chapter 241. Chapter 241. The Destruction of Maple Leaf Manor. Chapter 241. The Destruction of Maple Leaf Manor. After a day, the two of them returned to the place where they came in and waited for the exit to open. The last time they entered, there were nearly 1,000 experts. However, when they returned now, there were only about 300 of them. However, judging from the expressions of these experts, he should have gained quite a lot. The 7th and 8th level martial emperors had all returned. Only old monster Tian Ming, old ghost Yin Ming, and Wei Tian had disappeared. Many experts were shocked. The 2 old monsters and Wei Tian were both Type 8 experts. Wei Tian did not say anything, but Tian Ming and Yin Ming were definitely in the top 3 among the people who had entered this time. There was no super expert who could kill the 2 of them. Even the only 9th level martial emperor here could not kill them. However, countless experts discovered something strange. The young man with no cultivation had returned, and in his arms was a peerless and beautiful girl. Many experts knew or had heard of this young lady. She was the little princess of the Queen's Palace. However, the Tier 8 guard beside her did not return. Instead, a young man with no cultivation and a Tier 9 warrior spirit little princess returned. Moreover, many martial emperors looked uneasy when they saw the 2 of them return, as if they had seen ghosts. Why is the little princess of the Queen's Palace with him? From the looks of it, they should be lovers. It looks like this pretty boy has already won the favor of this little princess. Why would the little princess of the Queen's Palace fall in love with a pretty boy who has no cultivation? This is really strange. Countless powerhouses were whispering among themselves. When they looked at Li Lingtian, their eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. However, he could not hide the envy in his eyes. To be favored by such a peerless beauty was worth it, even if he died. Senior brother, don't speak. Don't provoke him. He's not so pretty boy. He's more terrifying than a devil. When a 4th level martial emperor saw that his senior brother was also discussing with him, he quickly stopped him. It would not be worth it if he were to fail in the ditch at this time. What do you mean? When Yang Tian heard his junior brother's words and the fear on his junior brother's face, he also felt that something was wrong. This pretty boy did not have any cultivation base, yet he was able to return safely. This was a little suspicious. Furthermore, as the little princess of the Queen's Palace, the person she fancied must be a heaven-defying monster. Tian Ming and Dark Nether died in his hands. They were killed at the same time. Although the two of them died under his demonic beast, when the demonic beast killed the two old monsters had already been beaten until their realms fell. Their injuries were terrible. Feng Lai was still afraid of the two demonic beasts that had killed Tian Ming and Yin Ming. Furthermore, when he saw Li Lingtian's injuries and Tian Ming and Yiming's state drop, he was certain that Li Lingtian was the one who had beaten them up. The demonic beast killing them was just the end of the battle. What? Two old monsters joined hands and were defeated by him, causing their realms to drop. In the end, they were even killed? Yang Tian was extremely shocked. This news was too shocking, and he could not help but exclaim. Instantly, countless martial emperors looked at him. They had also heard a part of the conversation, and their eyes were filled with questions. Brother Lan, I'm not afraid to tell you that when Dark Nether and Tian Ming joined forces, they were beaten by him until their cultivation levels dropped. In the end, they were killed by his demonic beast. A Force Emperor whispered to the people he knew when he heard someone say it. That's impossible. Even a Supreme Realm expert might not be able to defeat Tian Ming and Netherworld if they join forces. He beat them until their realms fell? Isn't this too terrifying? What exactly happened? Look, it shouldn't be difficult to imagine how the two of them look like. That's true. Old monster Tian Ming naturally likes women, and this peerless beauty must have become his prey. However, he didn't dare to attack alone, so he joined forces with the Netherworld. In the end, he was hit by an iron plate. That should be it. How powerful is this? It seems that we can't afford to offend some low-profile people. Perhaps an ordinary person can be a super expert who can kill you in an instant. At that moment, countless powerhouses were discussing among themselves. They were all suspicious when they saw Li Lingtian and the other man. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian and his companion completely ignored the discussions. The two of them sat on a huge rock in a quiet place, while Shun Mei snuggled up in Li Lingtian's arms. The two of them did not say a word as they enjoyed each other's gentleness. The scene froze. No one dared to cause trouble in this place, and their hearts were extremely heavy. A super expert who could destroy the world was here, who would still dare to act tough. Acting tough was not to be struck by lightning, but to be killed by experts. Crash! An arc of lightning struck down from the sky, and a figure of light landed on the ground. Just like the last time outside, an array altar of light appeared. On the array altar, there were countless mysterious arrays and mysterious lights. Mayor, we should go. Li Lingtian looked at the array altar with a calm expression, but he did not show the reluctance in his heart. He gently held Shun Mei-er's hand and slowly walked towards the formation altar. It was a strange scene, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Many powerhouses wanted to leave after the array altar was activated, but none dared to go up when they saw Li Lingtian's arrival. They could only stand aside. This scene made countless experts feel aggrieved. After entering the light of the array altar, a halo flashed and the two of them disappeared, leaving behind a breeze. In the space-time tunnel, the two of them held hands tightly and looked at each other. The reluctance in their hearts could only be hidden in their hearts. A breeze blew past, and the two of them floated in the air before slowly descending. However, the moment she landed, a faint multicolored light appeared on her body. As the multicolored light appeared, her figure gradually disappeared. Mei-er will always belong to my little brother. Crystal tears rolled down her lively eyes. As her voice fell, her figure became fainter and fainter. His figure disappeared, and his arms were empty. Her heart felt like it was being pricked by a needle. Unknowingly, a tear rolled down her face. He turned around and left without looking at the figure that was about to disappear. He didn't want to stay here and miss her. The thunderclap wings flapped, and he disappeared. In the soliciting moon mountains, there was a world-destroying explosion, and a burst of explosive aura tore through the space. Countless experts left the ancient cave dwelling, but they were all shocked when they saw the soaring aura in the mountain range. Li Lingtian lay on the ground and allowed the strong wind to blow against him. His expression was numb. I've lived 2 lives in this life. One thought that I looked down on the world and that I was a genius. However, I couldn't even protect my own woman, nor could one protect my own family. Expert? What is an expert? It is to control one's own fate, control the fate of others, control this world, and dominate this world. Only then can one be considered an expert. Li Lingtian must become a powerhouse who stands above all others and rules the world. Li Lingtian muttered to himself with a never-before-seen determination on his face. With a flash, he flew into the distance. A strong person must have a strong mind and would not yield in the face of any torture. Only with the heart of a strong person could one become a strong person. The matter at the soliciting Moon Mountains had almost been resolved. There was no point in staying here. However, Maple Leaf Manor still needed to be dealt with. If he left just like that, Maple Leaf Manor would definitely be annexed by other forces. Moreover, Yin Yao Yao was waiting for him at Maple Leaf Manor. This girl was very important to him. After a day, he returned to Maple Leaf Manor. Seeing everything that was happening in Maple Leaf Manor, his expression became distorted. How is this Maple Leaf Manor? This was a ruin. The entire Maple Leaf Manor had been razed to the ground. Not a single piece of wood was intact. The entire manor had been reduced to ashes. There was not a single intact item, let alone a human figure. Li Lingtian was stunned by the sight. Who was the one who wanted to deal with Maple Leaf Manor? Who dared to do so? As a martial arts grandmaster, he could clearly see that this was not caused by a fight. Instead, it was caused by the destruction of the entire villa. Only a super 9th level martial emperor could do it, or even a martial honor. Yao Yao Sis. Li Lingtian was on the verge of going crazy. Even with his ice soul, martial soul, and 5 elements perfection, he could not withstand such a blow. During this period of time, he had seen countless things that he could not do anything about. Facing the destruction of the god's wrath, he had seen Tang Ziming's hoarse screams. Tang Qinghue had been taken away by a powerful family in the Azure continent, and Shun Mare had been forced to return to the Queen's palace. Now that Maple Leaf Manor had been destroyed, Yin Yao Yao was nowhere to be seen. Who is it? Who did it? 1. Li Lingtian. Swear that I will exterminate your entire family. Li Lingtian shouted loudly. He was powerless. He was too powerless in front of everything. With his current cultivation, countless people were afraid of him. However, after he left, someone dared to attack his family. Was this really afraid of him? The Queen Palace was one of the 3 superpowers in the Azure continent. However, after Shun entered the ancient cave mansion, old monster Tian Ming and old ghost Yi Ming dared to set their eyes on her. The Queen's palace was still not strong enough. If they were strong, they needed to be deeply afraid of them no matter when and where they were. Li Lingtian looked at the ruins in front of him and thought of what Yin Yao Yao had told him. He had been waiting for her to come back forever. When she came back, all she saw was ruins. Swoosh! It was at this moment that the sound of something breaking through the air was heard as it shot toward Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian's speed was so fast that he arrived in an instant. With a flip of his hand, a palm print pressed forward and the sky-turning palm was unleashed. A shocking force crashed down on the air-piercing sound behind him. At the same time, Li Lingtian's body burst into the air and he left his spot far away. Chapter 242, Chapter 242, Killing One. Chapter 242, Killing One. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian's body was suspended in the air as he stared at the black-robed elder in the distance. The black-robed old man was also surprised. He did not expect this young man, without any cultivation, to be so domineering. He casually negated his attack. With a serious expression on his face, the true essence in his body quickly circulated around him, ready to launch a destructive attack at any time. Did you do this? Li Lingtian's expression was surprisingly calm. His tone was calm, as well as he looked at the black-robed elder in the distance. Under his calm appearance, his heart was exploding. If this old man admitted that he was the one who did it, he would suffer a devastating blow. Not bad. I didn't expect you to really appear. Hand over the heavenly spiritual pearl. The elder in black looked at Li Lingtian with a greedy expression. He had finally found the whereabouts of the heavenly spiritual pearl during this period of time, but he could not find it even after searching through Maple Leaf Manor. Knowing the relationship between Yun Yao Yao and Li Lingtian was the only one who was not at Maple Leaf Villa. Since Maple Leaf Villa was gone, the only thing they could do was to deal with Li Lingtian. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be here. Heavenly spiritual pearl? Li Lingtian was stunned. What heavenly spiritual pearl did he know? He had actually destroyed Maple Leaf Manor and Yun Yao Yao for this unknown heavenly spiritual pearl. He deserved to die. However, he immediately thought of something. When he removed Yun Yao Yao's 9 absolute meridians, Yun Yao Yao's clothes had been removed, leaving only a tube top. Her delicate body was as smooth as jade, and there was a gray bead hanging around her neck. Li Lingtian had noticed it at the time and thought that it was just an ordinary accessory. In the end, Yun Yao Yao gave it to him, and it was still on his neck. Could it be the so-called heavenly spirit pearl? Hand over the heavenly spiritual pearl, and I'll give you an intact corpse, the black-robed old man said coldly as he circulated the true essence in his body to the extreme. You're courting death. Li Lingtian's heart was equally cold. He now understood that this old man was the culprit behind Maple Leaf Villa. He was a Tier 9 martial emperor, and only a Tier 9 martial emperor could achieve such a feat. He was already a peak rank 4 martial arts grandmaster. Even if he was faced with a rank 9 martial emperor, he could still escape even if he could not defeat him. Moreover, he could not escape at all. With this enemy in front of him, if he escaped, it would leave a shadow in his future. He circulated his vital essence and activated his divine sense. The silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air and stood on its body. A shocking demonic power pressure and a powerful dragon aura swept out. The roaring dragon battle poleaxe was swung, and the silver-winged flying dragon roared. The silver figure turned into a shooting star and shot towards the black-robed old man. Silver-winged flying dragon. The black-robed elder did not expect the youth before him to have a Tier 5, Level 8 silver-winged wyvern. He immediately felt threatened. Rumble. With a deafening explosion, the silver-winged flying dragon's powerful demonic power was unleashed while Li Lingtian's roaring dragon combat poleaxe was unleashed. The silver-winged flying dragon had been fighting alongside Li Lingtian for quite some time, and their teamwork was flawless. In an instant, a black ball of light, a silver shadow, and a white figure flashed in the sky. Instead of letting out an earth-shattering explosion, the silver-winged flying dragon defended and restrained him while Li Lingtian attacked with all his might. The black-robed old man's face was filled with anger. He did not expect to be suppressed by a young man. He was a 9th-level martial emperor, but he had also fallen to such a state. In the soliciting Moon Mountains, countless experts had seen the battle in the sky. The battle quickly spread into the distance, and the black light kept retreating. A silver-winged flying dragon and a white-robed young man suppressed the black-robed old man's attacks. One didn't expect his strength to reach such a level. A silver-winged flying dragon. With his strength, even a 9th-level martial emperor can only escape. The cultivators of the soliciting Moon Mountain range looked at the battle in the sky, and their expressions changed. Fortunately, he didn't look for this young man. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Ice fire, 9 heavens, destruction. Li Lingtian found an opportunity to put away the roaring dragon combat halberd. He raised his hands, and a destructive and deadly aura burst forth. A ball of flames and a glacier appeared in his hands. He put his hands together, and a 3-colored pillar of light shot out. Rumble. With a shocking explosion, the black ball of light was sent flying, and blood spurted out. Die! Die, die, die! Li Lingtian's body flashed, as his huge fist continued to strike the black-robed elder's body. Rumble! Rumble! The silver-winged flying dragon came to a halt after a series of explosions. It followed behind Li Lingtian, only to see Li Lingtian's fists continuously striking the old man. It was a close-range attack, and the old man had become a passive sandbag. However, he did not have the slightest bit of power to resist, nor did he have the slightest chance to resist. Countless powerhouses below were trembling in fear when they saw Li Lingtian's expression. They could only stay far away from such a person. After an unknown period of time, the old man in black had turned into a pile of meat. There was not a single intact bone in his body, but Li Lingtian's fist had yet to stop. The black-robed elder was long dead. However, Li Lingtian's fury continued to bombard the Annihilation Mountain Villa's murderer with all his strength. He finally stopped and spat out a mouthful of blood. It was not because he was injured, but because he had been suppressing himself after seeing the situation at Maple Leaf Manor. Now that he had relaxed, he could no longer hold it in. "Let's go." Li Lingtian returned to the silver-winged flying dragon and quickly flew toward the horizon. All that was left for the cultivators of the soliciting Moon Mountain range was a back view. Behind this back view, everyone was shocked. After flying for an unknown period of time, a huge city appeared in front of them. The city stretched for countless tens of thousands of miles. This place was like a country of cities. Even with his powerful divine sense, he was unable to see how big this city was. "Stop!" Li Lingtian did not know where he was when he saw the city. He could only order the silver-winged flying dragon to come down. Everything from the past was kept in the bottom of her heart and could not be revealed. This place was filled with experts, so it was best to keep a low profile. The silver-winged flying dragon landed on a hidden mountain peak. Li Lingtian stored the silver-winged flying dragon into the divine dragon ring before he found a water source to clean himself up. He changed into clean clothes and walked out with a faint smile on his face. Then, he flew toward the city on his sword. The closer he got to the city, the bigger the city became. In the end, it was like a forest that was 10,000 miles long. Li Lingtian came to the foot of the tall city wall and looked at it. Even Sky Dragon Empire's Sky Dragon City was not as strong as this city wall. The 100-meter tall city wall emitted an ancient aura. The huge city gate was 50 meters wide and 20 meters tall. There were a total of 5 main roads under the city gate, which were divided into levels to enter and exit. This was the place to show one's identity. One great Dao was used by martial emperors and above, while the others were used by ordinary martial artists, super sects, and families. Li Lingtian headed straight for the ordinary passageway. He was not a martial emperor, but a Tier 4 martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, he wouldn't show off in this place, as he would often be struck by lightning. "Sir, do you have a token to enter the city?" "What's the matter?" A Warrior King Patrol member asked in a neutral tone when he saw Li Lingtian approaching. Warriors who used a normal passageway were not powerhouses and did not have any status. Naturally, there was no need to stand on ceremony. Moreover, Li Lingtian did not exude any powerful aura, nor did he have any cultivation base. "Help this young master apply for one," Li Lingtian said coldly. Even though he was not going to show off, he would not be ignored or disrespected. His tone was cold, and it sent chills down the patrolling members' spines. "Please wait for a moment. The token requires 10,000 lower spiritual stones. You can only enter the Way City. To enter and exit Moonrise City, you need 100,000 lower spiritual stones. May first ask if you want to apply for a 10,000 yuan token or a 100,000 yuan token," the patrol member asked. Although he did not know the cultivation of this young man, he gave off a threatening feeling. "There are still 2 kinds of tokens. Tell me what they are about." Li Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. In the past, he only needed 1 token, but this place had 2 types of tokens. "Is this your first time in Moonrise City?" "It's like this. Soliciting Moon City is divided into a citadel and an inner city. There are 4 citadel in the periphery and each citadel is 20,000 miles in size. The inner city is 100,000 kilometers in size. A 10,000 token can only be used in the citadel. Any mission can only be accepted in the citadel. It can't be accepted in the inner city. The patrol member explained patiently when he saw that there were not many people who were going through the procedures. If Li Lingtian were to apply for a token in the inner city, he would earn even more. All right, let's get a token for the inner city. Li Lingtian did not hesitate at all. Naturally, he would not let a few spiritual stones affect his own plans. 100,000 spirit stones were only low grade. He had 40 billion spirit stones on him, which meant that he had given Yun Yao Yao 500 million. Furthermore, he had entered the ancient cave abode and killed Tian Ming in Netherworld, so he had countless wealth. The black-robed old man of Maple Leaf Manor had countless treasures in his storage bag. Naturally, he would not care about these few spirit stones. All right, please wait a moment. May first know your name. Don't worry, no one knows about this identity. The patrol member quickly explained when he saw the expression on Li Lingtian's face. Those who came here to apply for a token were wary of others asking about their name and origin. After that, Li Lingtian revealed his name and took out his token before heading into the city. After entering the city, it was like entering an endless sea. They had no idea how big this city was. The patrol member said that it was tens of thousands of miles wide, but they only realized how huge this city was when they really went inside. Moonrise City truly lives up to its reputation. Looking at the buildings in the city, the pavilions and palaces were arranged in rows. The bluestone streets were 30 meters wide, and the countless streets were like a spider web. It was impossible to find the direction on the first trip. Moreover, the strength of the martial artists in the city was much stronger than that of the Green Island. Even some of the waiters were warrior spirits, and there were even martial kings. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, with Spirit Pearl and Dust Cleansing Pill Recipe. Chapter 243, with Spirit Pearl and Dust Cleansing Pill Recipe. After Li Lingtian strolled around the city, he headed toward the plaza. An ordinary city would have 4 squares. Although this was only the outer city, it was still more powerful than Sky Dragon City. Looking around the square, a young man walked up. "Is there anything one can help you with?" The young man bowed to Li Lingtian and said respectfully. A Tier 2 warrior spirit was only the lowest level in Moonrise City. If such a disciple ventured out of the city, it would be filled with danger. Whether it was facing demonic beasts or martial artists, they would only be courting death. The best way was to make a living in the city and serve the foreign experts. This was a way to survive and earn money. Inn, find me a quiet inn. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face and a proud expression on his face. It was completely different from before. He had plenty of spirit stones, so he naturally wouldn't have to do everything himself. Furthermore, the things that had happened during this period of time had made him understand that a person's strength would never be able to stand firm. Only a powerful faction could stand firm in the Azure Continent. All right, the linen in the North City is very good. It's just that the price is a little expensive. The young man introduced himself and very straightforwardly said that he was going to an inn. Warriors like them who made a living naturally knew the inns in the city by heart. A person would be welcomed by an inn of a certain level. Judging from Li Lingtian's appearance, he must be someone who is not short of money. Otherwise, he would not have approached him. The young man's name was Qin Yun. He did not need Li Lingtian's instructions to call for a decent beast carriage nearby, and drove Li Lingtian to the linen inn. In less than 10 minutes, the beast carriage stopped in front of an inn. "Young master, we're here." Qin Yun respectfully opened the wooden door of the beast carriage and stood with a bow, awaiting Li Lingtian's instructions. "Yes." Li Lingtian grunted and slowly walked down. He looked around and found that the place was relatively quiet. Although it was not a downtown area, it was not considered remote either. "Young master, do you want to stay or have a meal? The prices here are fair and the dishes are delicious." A shop assistant walked up and nodded at Qin Yun. The two of them looked very familiar. Li Lingtian did not need to think to know that this was the unspoken rule of being a tour guide. Since Qin Yun had brought in guests for the inn, he would naturally receive a considerable commission and bonus. "Give me a courtyard. Give this young master a try," Li Lingtian said calmly as he walked into the inn. He looked like a young master from an aristocratic family. When he entered the inn, he waved at Qin Yun. The shop assistant was delighted to see Li Lingtian's straightforward attitude. This was because a customer like him who did not lack spiritual stones and had asked for a private courtyard was definitely not simple. "Young master, please come in. This is the best courtyard in the inn." The waiter led Li Lingtian to a separate courtyard with an elegant environment and respectfully said, "Not bad. How many spirit stones do you need a year?" Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction. He was satisfied with the environment of the courtyard. Furthermore, there was a dense spirit chi here. A small spirit gathering array was constantly gathering spirit chi. A place like this was already good for cultivation, but it was still not good for alchemy. This place could be used as a temporary residence. "Young master, this courtyard costs 30,000 lower spiritual stones a month. If it's a year, you can get a discount." According to the inn's regulations, a year's stay can reduce the spiritual stones for 2 months. That means it's 300,000 lower spiritual stones a year. The waiter was stunned when he heard Li Lingtian's words about the annual spiritual stones. There were also people who stayed in the inn for a year, but they did not stay in a single courtyard. In fact, it was the best single courtyard. "Check it." Without hesitation, Li Lingtian took out 300,000 lower spiritual stones. Usually, he would use a storage bag to store spiritual stones, which usually contained billions of spiritual stones. A spatial treasure like the divine dragon ring was too heaven-defying and would be too ostentatious to take it out. Soon, the shop assistant finished counting the spirit stones and revealed an excited smile. This time, he could get another 3,000 spirit stones as a reward. After keeping the spiritual stones, he respectfully handed the token of this courtyard to Li Lingtian. "Young master, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. If there's anything, just let me know." The shop assistant handed the token to Li Lingtian and asked tentatively. Moreover, he would only be safe if he delivered the spiritual stones to the shopkeeper. "Don't disturb me if you don't have anything to do. One don't like noise." Li Lingtian waved his hand and tossed a medium-grade spiritual stone over. A medium-grade spiritual stone was equivalent to 100 inferior-grade spiritual stones. A warrior spirit shop assistant could be considered lucky to get 100 inferior-grade spiritual stones in one go. "I need a servant. Let's see if you have the ability. If you do a good job, you'll get pills, spirit stones, cultivation techniques, skills, and weapons." Li Lingtian waited for the waiter to leave before he spoke to Qin Yun. This young man was quite talented. He was already a Tier 2 warrior spirit at the age of 15 or 16. If he could follow him, he would definitely give him benefits. "Young master has ordered. This lowly one will not refuse, even if it costs my life." Qin Yun knew that Li Lingtian must be an impressive figure when he saw how generous Li Lingtian was. Besides, the people who lived in this place would not lack spiritual stones. "All right, within a day, I want to get the latest news from the 4 David cities and the main city. I also want the latest news from the 4 David cities and the main city's major auction houses. You can do whatever you want with these spirit stones. If you can't do it, you don't have to come back." Li Lingtian tossed out a storage pouch, which contained Qin Yun's remuneration as well as the day's expenses. If he could not do it, he would not have hired this young man. "Don't worry, young master. I will definitely complete the mission." Qin Yun saw that there were as many as 20,000 spirit stones in the storage bag. With so many spirit stones, he would definitely be able to get things done. If he could not do it on his own, he could find someone else to do it. Li Lingtian had offered tens of thousands of spiritual stones in one go. He was not afraid that Li Lingtian would run away. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Li Lingtian then waved his hand to signal Qin Yun to leave. With a wave of his hand, the door to the courtyard closed and a few simple restrictions were cast. If Qin Yun could really complete the task within a day, he would be a useful person. Even for him, it was impossible for him to gather the latest information in such a large city like Moonrise City within a day. Unless he used other powers, his test was to test Qin Yun's brain and see if he could think of his own way. In the room, Little White was sleeping on the floor while Li Lingtian sat cross-legged. In the past few days, he had lost too much. Shun Mei had left, and Yun Yao Yao had disappeared. He had never experienced such a blow before. He gently took off the accessory on his neck. A string of heavenly silk was wearing a thumb-sized bead. The bead did not have any luster, let alone a heavenly spiritual bead. Li Lingtian would not have suspected the quaint bead under normal circumstances. He could only treat it as a souvenir from Yun Yao Yao. But now, the way he looked at this pearl had changed. Could this pearl be that heavenly spiritual pearl? How did the old man in black know about it? If it was the heavenly spirit pearl, it would have been on Yun Yao Yao's neck all along. No one else would have known about it. Maple Leaf Manor was established by an ordinary martial artist and had no backing at all. After looking at it carefully for a long time, he still couldn't find anything. He could only hang it around his neck again. No matter what the bead was, he wouldn't lose it because it was given to him by Yun Yao Yao. After sorting out his emotions, he began to cultivate. After dual cultivation, his cultivation had improved greatly, and he had already reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial arts Grandmaster realm. All kinds of skills had also reached the peak. As long as the opportunity came, he would be able to practice Earth-grade skills to the extreme. After taking a quick count of the gains from the ancient cave dwelling, he found that there were quite a few spirit stones. Old Monster Tian Ming and Old Ghostine Ming were both grade 8 experts. It could be said that they had committed all kinds of crimes. They were naturally rich. Just the spiritual stones alone were more than 800 million. The black-robed old man also had more than 100 million spiritual stones. He didn't care about the spirit stones at all. In the end, he kept the spirit stones and medicinal herbs properly. The rest were a few peerless profound armaments and 3 low-grade emperor armaments. Li Lingtian found a fist-sized bead in Old Monster Tianming's storage pouch. It was filled with an extremely dense yin qi. Feeling uncomfortable, Li Lingtian immediately put it into a storage pouch and cast a few seals to seal it inside. It was rare for Li Lingtian to pay attention to imperial weapons. However, Li Lingtian was most interested in the 2 jade slips and the green bead from his trip to the ancient cave mansion. These 3 items were all divided, so he didn't know what the jade slip was. However, he recognized the green pearl. It was the wood spirit pearl from the ancient legends. When a martial artist with a wood-type martial soul used the wood spiritual pearl to cultivate, his cultivation speed would increase by several times. Moreover, the wood spiritual pearl was a heaven and earth spiritual pearl. There was only one in this world. He did not expect to find the wood spirit pearl in the ancient cave dwelling. This wood spirit pearl was also found in the ancient alchemy technique. Of the 2 jade slips, one contained a pill formula. It was a 6th-grade cleansing pill, and it was extremely powerful. The other jade slip was an introduction to the ancient cave dwelling. This ancient cave dwelling was an independent space opened up by an ancient mighty figure. This independent space could only be described as a semi-independent space because it was created by relying on the spatial rift in the soliciting Moon Mountain range. Moreover, this cave abode could not be moved, so it was said to be a semi-independent space. The independent space could be moved, just like the divine dragon ring and the holy demon ring in his hands. They were both independent space, supreme treasures. However, with his cultivation, he could not break the restriction of this jade slip. He could only understand that this jade slip contained everything about the owner of the cave abode. Even a martial arts grandmaster could not enter the jade slip. One could imagine how powerful the owner of the cave abode was. Chapter 244. Chapter 244. Divine Power, God's Wrath. Chapter 244. Divine power, God's wrath. He could not use the pill formula with his current strength, and he did not dare to use the pills he refined easily. He couldn't use the jade slip either. This was really tragic. Even this green with spiritual pearl was useless to him. The only thing that made him excited was the divine power skill on the stone door, which was a heaven-grade skill. Heaven-rank skills were omnipotent and extremely powerful. Even a martial emperor's forbidden technique might not be as powerful as a heaven-rank skill. Forbidden techniques had a price to pay, but the power of a heaven-rank skill was even stronger than a forbidden technique. Moreover, there was no price to pay. The price was that it would consume a large amount of true essence. The ice soul martial spirit circulated, quickly calming his mind and entering a state of emptiness. In his sea of consciousness, strings of silver characters flashed continuously. These characters quickly linked together and formed a mysterious and obscure chant. Li Ling Tian kept memorizing these chants by heart before he opened his eyes and slowly began to comprehend them. Heaven-grade skills were completely different from earth-grade skills. Heaven-grade skills came into contact with the profound divine powers of heaven and earth. As for earth-rank skills, they were ultimately just strength. The wrath of the gods. Heaven-rank skill, divine wrath of the heavens. After Li Ling Tian linked the entire chant together, the skill appeared completely in his mind. The expression on his face also changed drastically. A heaven-rank skill, even its name was so domineering. The light of divine wrath could destroy heaven and earth. This heaven-grade skill was actually divine wrath from the heavens. What was the difference between this light of divine wrath? Following that, Li Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes and began to comprehend the divine wrath skill. After a day, Li Ling Tian opened his eyes. His expression was calm and emotionless. There was not the slightest change in his expression. However, he sighed softly and his eyes revealed a disappointed expression. Heaven-grade skills are indeed not so easy to cultivate and comprehend. Even, one can only understand a little bit. If it were any other expert from the divine martial continent, they would need decades or centuries to comprehend this heaven-grade skill. If they were unlucky, they would not be able to comprehend it, even if they spent their entire lives. However, as long as one have enough time, I can comprehend it. By then, it will be much easier to cultivate. Li Ling Tian muttered to himself before he tidied his clothes and walked out. When he arrived at the entrance of the courtyard, he saw Qin Yun walking over with an excited expression. He was smiling as well. It was obvious that he had completed Li Ling Tian's test. "Young master, I've already completed the task you asked me to do." Qin Yun was taken aback when he saw Li Ling Tian at the entrance of the courtyard. It was obvious that Li Ling Tian had been waiting at the entrance and had just opened the door. This wasn't a coincidence, but rather this young master in front of him had long discovered that he had entered the inn. Thinking of this, Qin Yun was extremely surprised. This young man was only 2 years older than him, but he had such a deep cultivation that even he could not see the depth. "Tell me how you handled it." Li Ling Tian turned around and entered the courtyard. He sat on a chair and asked Qin Yun, who was standing in front of him with a bow. He wanted to test Qin Yun to know the process. A good process determined a person's ability. If this person had the ability, he would not care about the process in the future. Instead, he needed the result, a perfect result. This lowly one's strength alone will never be able to complete young master's orders. However, there's strength in numbers. This lowly one has made countless friends who specialize in gathering information. Money makes the world go round. 20,000 low-grade spirit stones. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones for the latest information on the auction house and the superpowers in the 4 major cities. Qin Yun recounted what he had gained in a day and what he had gone through. However, when he saw Li Ling Tian closing his eyes and ignoring him, he began to feel uneasy. He wondered if he would pass Li Ling Tian's test. One had to know that it was easy to enter a clan or sect, but it was very difficult to stand out. Entering a sect or family would only make them cannon fodder forever. Moreover, they would not have any cultivation resources. If they could be a subordinate of an expert, it would definitely be better than entering a family. He did not want to lose this opportunity. Otherwise, he would have escaped with the spirit stones. Yes, these are your expenses for this period of time. I want to control all the big and small information about the 4 David cities and the main city. After this period of time has passed, you can arrange your own time to cultivate, but it's best not to delay my matters. Qin Yun had been waiting for Li Lingtian for a long time before Li Lingtian finally spoke. He then tossed a storage pouch over to Qin Yun. Then, she waved her hand and did not look at him. This subordinate will do it now. Thank you for your guidance, young master. Qin Yun was excited. This meant that he had passed Li Lingtian's test for the time being, but he would have to work harder in the future. If he did not do well, he would be abandoned. He did not look at the items in the storage pouch, because Li Lingtian was generous and would not lack spiritual stones. After bowing, he left the inn and headed for his own residence. Half an hour later, Qin Yun walked into a residential area with an excited smile on his face. In the Wei City, there were powerful martial artists and weak groups. Martial artists like Qin Yun were a weak group. The weak groups were almost all scattered. Countless low-level martial artists lived in places with thin spiritual energy. It was a small courtyard. The entire house had 2 doors and about a dozen rooms. Qingling, I'm back. Qin Yun shouted loudly the moment he entered the courtyard. His voice was filled with excitement. In the past, every time he came back, he would also call Qingling this way. However, this time, he was more excited than before because he had found a future and followed a good master. Brother, you're back. A weak voice sounded in the room. A young girl around 15 or 16 years old walked out of the room. The girl's face was pale, like a patient who had been sick for a long time. Moreover, she did not have any cultivation. In the divine martial continent, any normal person would have a cultivation base. For example, this young girl was at least a martial apprentice. However, this young girl did not have any cultivation base at all. However, the young girl had a delicate face and a petite figure. She had developed quite well and looked like a natural beauty. However, her current situation was not very good. Qingling, why did you come out? Hurry up and go in. You can't walk yet. I earned quite a lot of spirit stones today. When the time comes, 1 foot 11 inches buy you some pills that can resist the cold in your body. Seeing Qingling come out, Qin Yun immediately became anxious. He and his sister depended on each other and were orphans since they were young. Most of his spirit stones were used to buy pills to resist the cold for his sister. Otherwise, his cultivation would not be so low. It's true. Actually, Ling Ling also knows that Ling Ling's cold chi is innate and cannot be cured. These few years, I've used up all the spirit stones that I've earned and implicated you. In the future, don't waste spirit stones on Ling Ling. Qin Ling returned to the chair in the courtyard and sat down. Her small face was pale as she stared at Qin Yun with her bright eyes. What are you talking about? You're my sister. If you're not around, there's no point in me being alone. I've been outside for the past 2 days. I've been accepting a mission. If I do well, one won't be short of spirit stones in the future. Take a look. Qin Yun took out 2,000 low-grade spirit stones and revealed an excited expression. These 2,000 spiritual stones were the 20,000 spiritual stones that Li Lingtian had given him. 20,000 spiritual stones and 18,000 lower spiritual stones were used to bribe the brothers who had inquired about the news, while his 2,000 spiritual stones were considered earned by himself. Wow, so many spirit stones. Brother, you must not do anything that betrays your conscience. It should be some senior who has taken a fancy to brother's intelligence. Qingling looked at the 2,000 spiritual stones and was stunned. In the past, she had only seen a few hundred spiritual stones at most. She didn't expect there to be so many this time. However, when she was excited, she was also worried that her brother would do evil. Then, he thought of his brother's intelligence. It should be that senior who saw his brother's intelligence. I know, But that person is not a senior, but a young master, not much older than me. Qin Yun was envious when he thought of Li Lingtian's appearance. Judging from Li Lingtian's generosity, he should be a disciple of an aristocratic family. Oh, Qin Ling's face revealed a curious expression. Her brother had never interacted with those young masters, but this time, he was actually working for a young master. She was curious about that young master. Wait a minute. I still have a mission. Let's see how many spirit stones young master will give me. Qin Yun recalled the storage pouch that Li Lingtian had given him, and his curiosity was piqued. He did not know how much money it would cost. It was definitely not something that a few people could do to get hold of all the information about the 4 great cities and the main cities. After she finished speaking, she sent her divine sense into the storage bag. However, when her divine sense entered the storage bag, her expression changed drastically. Qingling didn't know what her brother had seen to have such a shocked expression. 500,000 lower spiritual stones. Qin Yun withdrew his divine sense. His expression was still shocked as he muttered to himself softly. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. To him, he had never seen so many spirit stones before. Now that these spirit stones were at his disposal, how could he not be shocked? 500,000. Qingling was also shocked. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones was an astronomical figure to them. It was like a poor person who had won 5 million. That's right, it's 500,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin Yun's voice was a little trembling. So many spirit stones were actually given to him, just like that. Wasn't he afraid that he would escape? His heart was in a mess. After a full 10 minutes, his heart finally calmed down a little. Since the other party dared to give him so many spirit stones to manage, it must be because he liked him. If he was moved by 500,000 spirit stones, he would not be Qin Yun. Then his divine sense entered the storage bag again, because he saw that there were 2 weapons and 2 jade bottles inside. With a flick of his divine sense, the jade bottle and the weapon appeared in front of him. They were both peerless spirit weapons. He had only seen such a treasure in the hands of other martial artists, but he had never come into contact with a spirit weapon. Chapter 245, Top-Notch Cave Abode. Chapter 245, Top-Notch Cave Abode. Second grade spirit binding pill. After seeing the spiritual weapon, the siblings were shocked. To be able to give away a spiritual weapon like this, what kind of person was this? He looked at the jade bottle with curiosity. A medicinal pill appeared in his hand, and a dense medicinal fragrance wafted out. When Qin Yun was trying to break through to the warrior spirit realm, he had also used all sorts of methods to obtain a grade 2 spirit binding pill. Now that he saw this pill, he was extremely shocked. Both bottles were thawing spirit pills. Moreover, this thawing spirit pill was a peerless medicinal pill. The one he used before was only of ordinary quality. The difference between the two was completely heaven and earth. The two of them were stunned. They all knew the legend of peerless pills, but they didn't expect young master to actually take out a peerless pill for them. Big brother, don't let young master down in the future. Qing Ling didn't have any cultivation, but she was the first to react and said seriously to Qin Yun. While the siblings were still in shock, Li Lingtian closed his eyes to cultivate. He had already decided to improve his cultivation base as soon as possible. Furthermore, he had to increase the strength of the demon beasts. At the same time, he had to find out about Yun Yaoyao's murder. The appearance of the heavenly spiritual pearl and the destruction of the Maple Leaf Manor definitely wouldn't be so simple. However, he was alone now. The only thing he could do was to nurture the strength of his subordinates. He would first go into seclusion to cultivate, refine pills, and develop his forces. Although Moonrise City was powerful, it was considered a small place after the entire Azure continent. A place like this was perfect for his own development. As the days passed, Li Lingtian's divine ability, divine wrath of heaven's descent, had made some progress. However, he was unable to cultivate it. During this period of time, he had studied the heavenly Yao pill once. He could raise a 4th grade heavenly Yao pill to 5th grade or even 6th grade. His alchemy skills had also been continuously improved, and he could also easily refine a 5th grade God-restoring pill. The improvement of his alchemy skills also allowed him to find a clue. He could start on alchemy. Didn't he have alchemy skills? He could refine magical pills to attract experts and use alchemy skills to strengthen demon beasts and himself. These days, Qin Yun's work had satisfied him. Under Qin Yun, there were hundreds of low-level disciples. Low-level disciples were the best members to gather information, because in this world, the majority of people were still low-level. As long as you had spirit stones, you could bring out the shocking power of the most trashy forces. Go and see if there are any caves for sale in Moonrise City. Want the best one for cultivation. Also, find me a maid. As long as she can talk to me when I'm not cultivating and prepare some medicinal herbs for me when I'm refining pills, that'll be enough. Li Lingtian was in the courtyard. He was satisfied with Qin Yun's improvement in cultivation and his clean handling of matters. The price you want is more or less affordable. There are cave abodes for sale in Moonrise City. They are public resources in Moonrise City and are very expensive. Qin Yun was stunned for a moment before he understood what was going on. He was shocked and excited because the pill he used was refined by his young master, and the pill's aura was related to Li Lingtian. To refine a good pill, one naturally needed a quiet cave abode. There were precious cave abodes in Moonrise City, but they were very expensive. As long as you have the best. I don't need trash, Li Lingtian said coldly. He could tolerate it in other aspects, but he could not tolerate it in the cave abode. A cave abode could affect one's cultivation and pill refinement. This subordinate will do it now. When Qin Yun saw Li Lingtian's expression, he immediately realized that he had made a mistake. Since his young master was not lacking in spiritual stones, he would not want a trashy abode. With that, he slipped out as if he had 2 extra legs when he left. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched Qin Yun leave. The way he did things was out of the ordinary, so Qin Yun naturally could not figure it out. He then walked into the room and sat down cross-legged. He looked at the jade slip in his hand. He had already refined the Tier 5 Azure Yang pill, but he could not refine a Tier 4 Peerless pill. Hey! Sighing, he put down the jade slip and started to circulate the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. The true essence in his body circulated rapidly and finally entered his dantian. With every big circulation, his cultivation increased a little. Although it was not obvious, it was improving. 3 days later, Qin Yun came to Li Lingtian and told him that he had found the cave abode. It was a top-notch cave abode at the edge of the main city. Li Lingtian did not say anything and walked out of the courtyard. Qin Yun quickly led the way. Once they were out of the inn, they called for a beast carriage, and the beast carriage sped toward the edge of the main city. The Wei City was 20,000 miles in size. Even if the beast carriage continued to run, it would still take 2 hours to reach the edge of the main city. However, this cave abode was within the boundaries of the main city. To enter the main city, one needed a special token. Li Lingtian's face cracked into a smile. Fortunately, he had gotten this token the last time he applied for it. Otherwise, he would have been stopped outside this time. Take this token. Li Lingtian handed the token to Qin Yun. Only by flashing this token could one enter the building. 2. So young master had already prepared this token. Qin Yun took the token and muttered to himself. When he passed by the main city's gate, there was indeed someone checking the level of the token. Soon, the beast carriage stopped in front of a square. This square was 100 miles wide and was filled with martial artists. The most common place was in front of a huge crystal stone. This crystal stone was at least 10 meters tall and 100 meters long. There were countless small words on it, all of which were missions. As long as someone completed the mission on it, they would receive a reward for the mission. Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he asked Qin Yun to lead him to a room. There was no one at the counter in the room, but the other places were crowded with people. Most of them were people who accepted missions or handed in missions. Welcome, Your Excellency. I'm Gong Sun Hao. Is there anything I can help you with? Gong Sun Hao smiled when he saw someone coming forward. This place was specially used to sell and manage cave abodes. Usually, no one would come for days or even months. Give me a top-grade cave abode, the best kind. Li Lingtian replied calmly with a harmless smile on his face. However, Gong Sun Hao's expression changed drastically when he heard Li Lingtian's words. Was this not a joke? The young man in front of him didn't look like he was looking for fun. It was too much of a joke to ask for a top-grade cave abode. There were 99 top-grade cave abodes in Moonrise City, and they were all places with the densest spiritual energy. Each cave mansion occupied a total of 2 miles in size, with a special geocentric spirit vein and geocentric fire. It was definitely a paradise for cultivation. However, the price of this cave abode was shocking. Even super sects only had one qualification. The others needed huge amounts of spirit stones to live in. A top-grade cave abode, the best. Gong Sun Hao could not help but be stunned. He asked Li Lingtian to see if he was right. How could a young man have so many spirit stones to live in such a cave abode? Even the super geniuses of super sects would use them to break through to the next realm for a period of time. Not bad. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not want to say another word or cause trouble here. There are a few top-grade cave abodes, and they are in the best locations. However, they are very expensive. More importantly, this cave abode is based on years, not months. Top-grade cave abode, 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not seem to be joking, Gong Sun Hao became serious. He was curious to see if the young man would be shocked by the price. However, to his disappointment, the smile on Li Lingtian's face did not change at all. It was as if 10 million was just 1,000 spiritual stones. I want it 10 years. Li Lingtian's divine perception entered the storage pouch and quickly counted the countless spiritual stones before putting them into another storage pouch. After a short while, he handed the storage pouch to Gong Sun Hao. What? What? Both Gong Sun Hao and Qing Yun exclaimed in surprise. Initially, they thought that Li Lingtian would give up since it was 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. Even those martial royal realm experts would not dare to use spirit stones like this. Furthermore, a young man like Li Lingtian would find it hard to fork out 10 million. He never expected Li Lingtian to take it and even give it 10 years in one go. Wasn't that too scary? Qing Yun knew that Li Lingtian was not lacking in spiritual stones, but he did not expect Li Lingtian to fork out 100 million spiritual stones to live in a cave abode. Moreover, it would cost him 100 million spiritual stones for 10 years. What was 100 million? It could buy a small family and sect. I'll handle the procedures for you now. Li Lingtian did not say anything, but nodded his head gently. Gong Sun Hao would be a fool if he did not understand what was going on. This young man must be the second-generation heir of a super sect. With such a good opportunity, he would not let it go. He quickly went through the formalities, and a token was handed to Li Lingtian in no time. He was waiting for the spiritual stones. Let's count it. Li Lingtian had already cleared out 100 million lower spiritual stones when Gong Sun Hao was handling the paperwork. Gong Sun Hao had a smile on his face as he quickly counted the spirit stones with his divine sense. Qing Yun was stunned by the 100 million spirit stones. That's right, 100 million spirit stones. I'll take you to see the cave abode. If you're not satisfied, we can exchange it for another one. Gong Sun Hao put away the spiritual stones and quickly walked through the stone door at the back of the room. In less than a minute, he came out again with an old man who took his place. Meanwhile, Gong Sun Hao led Li Lingtian and Li Lingtian to the other side of the square. There was no one who did not like such a rich person. Li Lingtian followed behind them at a moderate pace. He was looking forward to what kind of cave abode it would cost 10 million lower spiritual stones a year. However, he soon saw the cave abode he wanted, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. Chapter 246. Chapter 246. Young Girl Qingling. Chapter 246, Young Girl Qingling. A short-distance teleportation array brought the three of them to a cave abode. This teleportation formation was dedicated to every top-grade cave abode. There was a short-distance teleportation formation in front of every top-grade cave abode. This was also for the convenience of the experts in the top-grade cave abode. In front of him, the spiritual energy was extremely dense. Within a light barrier was a garden. With one hand on his body, Li Lingtian activated the restriction with his token. The three of them walked in and found the garden to be filled with extremely dense spiritual qi. This was only the outside of the cave abodes. Each cave abode was 2 miles in size, and there were only 11 top-grade cave abodes in this place. After passing through the garden, there was a huge stone door. Behind the stone door, there was a world. Although it was a stone room, it was bright inside. There was no darkness at all. There was a huge living room, and on both sides of the living room were more than 10 rooms of different sizes. There was a deep passage that was 50 meters long. After passing through the passage, there was a stone room with a radius of 40 square meters. This should be where the master of the cave abode lived, because there were only 3 smaller rooms next to this room. Li Lingtian sized up the cave abode. There was a rather large garden in the cave abode and a place where the demonic beasts lived. This place could be said to have everything. It was completely a paradise. Not bad, this is it. Li Lingtian nodded. 10 million a year was worth it. Not only were there places for demon beasts to live, but there were also places for refining pills and weapons. Moreover, every room had a small spirit gathering array. This way, cultivation would be twice as effective. Then one wish you a great improvement in your cultivation. I'll take my leave first. If you have any questions, just let me know. Money could make the world go round. Li Lingtian had to be polite when he took out 100 million to rent this top-notch cave abode. Go ahead. Li Lingtian waved his hand to signal for Gong Sun how to leave. He would stay here and cultivate. Gong Sun Hao bowed and left. He did not expect Li Lingtian to be so easy to talk to. If it were the powerhouses who lived in the top cave abodes in the past, they would be extremely picky and difficult to please like a lord. Have you settled my matter? Li Lingtian looked at Qin Yun. This cave abode was so big that it was impossible for him to take care of it himself. He had to find a maid to do the chores. Young master, this subordinate has already found a maidservant. This subordinate has a little sister who is 1 year younger than this subordinate. She is 15 years old this year and can serve young master. This way, with little sister by young master's side, this subordinate doesn't need to worry about little sister. Qin Yin pondered for a moment before he pushed Qingling's name out. When Li Lingtian asked him to find a maidservant and cave abode, he had thought of his sister Qingling. If Qingling was by his young master's side, he would be at ease. He and his sister depended on each other for survival. He had to run around outside every day while Qingling was alone at home. He was not at ease at all. Moreover, his little sister's cold qi had acted up these few years. She might be attacked by the cold qi and die at any time. As he spoke, his face revealed a pleading expression. Tell me about your family. Li Lingtian did not show any expression. No matter where he was, it was nepotism. It was the same in his past life and this life. If there was anything good, the first thing that came to mind would naturally be the people or relatives that he was familiar with. However, he wanted to know the background of Qin Yun and his sister. This subordinate and my little sister are orphans. We rely on each other. Seeing that Li Lingtian did not object, Qin Yun's heart calmed down a little. He then told him about his relationship with Qingling. If he wanted to work under young master, he definitely couldn't play any tricks. If such a figure hid anything, it would definitely be seen through. At that time, he would not be able to outsmart himself. Send her here tomorrow. Li Lingtian waved his hand as he finished speaking and began to scan the entire cave abode with his divine perception. After wiping out all the auras and restrictions here, his own array master naturally would not use other people's array restrictions. Moreover, he also looked down on other people's array formations, be it in terms of power or defense. It was impossible for them to surpass his. Moreover, if he didn't remove the restrictions that others had cast, he might be monitored. Qing Yun also quickly left the cave abode and ran towards Wei City. His sister's matter had been resolved, and he felt extremely relaxed. 5 elements, yin-yang formation. 9 palaces, 8 trigrams formation. 2 elements, spirit gathering formation. 1 array after another was cast, and even the light shield of the garden outside was completely replaced. This place was brand new. Countless formations of various sizes increased the safety of the cave dwelling by countless times. Without his permission, even the strongest martial artist could not break his formation in a short time. After everything was done, he returned to the innermost room, which was also the master's room. His cultivation could not be disturbed. In the passage, he also cast a restriction. In his room, there was also a heaven-grade array formation. All these things were done with ease. After he was done, he soaked in the natural pool in the cave for a while, feeling extremely refreshed. I can finally cultivate in peace. Li Lingtian looked at the cave abode. He did not have to worry about the issue of spiritual qi or safety when refining pills. There was also a place for cultivation and a dedicated practice room. Even divine arts might not be able to destroy this training room. Returning to his room, he sat down cross-legged and began to cultivate. On the second day, while Li Lingtian was cultivating, there was a slight fluctuation in the array outside. Li Lingtian was able to identify the intruder at once through the inhibition formation. With a wave of his hand, a mysterious light shadow appeared. The light shadow quickly flew towards the array and closed all the restrictions. Qing Yun carefully walked in. Behind him was a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The girl's small face was pale and devoid of blood. Qing Ling, wait here for a moment. Young master should be cultivating. After Qing Yun brought Qing Ling to the living room, the two of them sat in the living room and waited. Looking at the shockingly dense spiritual energy in the cave abode, Qing Yun's face revealed an envious expression. If he cultivated here for a day, it was equivalent to cultivating outside for a few days. Being able to live here was also a symbol of status. In Moonrise City, there were only 99 such caves, and his young master occupied one. He was relieved because his sister's safety was at least resolved. However, Qing Ling's heart was pounding nonstop. She had never imagined such a cave. She wondered what the young master her brother was talking about looked like. Could he be a hot-tempered expert? The most important thing was whether she could stay. If she couldn't stay, her brother would be even more worried. While she was worrying, she heard the sound of soft footsteps coming from the passage. Hearing these footsteps, Qing Yun hurriedly stood up. Qing Ling also stood up, feeling extremely nervous. A 17 or 18-year-old young man walked out. The young man was dressed in white and looked elegant. He gave off a mysterious aura, making people feel a sense of closeness, but also a sense of ethereal. Young master. Qing Yun bowed respectfully. However, when he saw his sister staring at Li Lingtian with a dazed expression, he was shocked. If his young master was angry, his sister's matter would be ruined. He quickly reached out to pull Qing Ling. Greetings, young master. My daughter is Qing Ling. Qing Ling bowed. Her petite body was like a beauty. However, she didn't have any cultivation and her face was pale, giving people a sense of beauty. Seeing Li Lingtian come out, Qing Ling's mind was in complete contrast to her previous thoughts. She began to think about many things, but she did not expect the young master her brother mentioned to be a 17 or 18-year-old youth. With such a natural and elegant temperament, there was no girl who would not be moved by him. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as his gaze fell on Qing Ling. He was stunned. Qing Yun had mentioned Qing Ling's matter yesterday, but he did not expect it to be so serious. With his cultivation and insight, coupled with his powerful alchemy skills, he naturally saw through Qing Ling's situation. Before the siblings could react, Li Lingtian waved his hand, and a beam of light enveloped Qing Ling. The light then entered her body. Again, after a moment, Li Lingtian retracted the light and muttered to himself. Qingling didn't have the 9 terminal meridians, but she was still affected by the cold. What a coincidence! Yin Yao Yao was like this, and now Qingling was like this too. Could it be that all the girls in this world like to be attacked by the cold? You go and do your own thing. Wait for 2 days when this young master is free to solve her problem. Li Lingtian replied calmly before closing his eyes to meditate. No one knew what he was thinking. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Qin Yun was startled and was immediately pleasantly surprised. Not only could his sister stay, but she could also possibly cure the cold that had been difficult to resist for the past few years. For a moment, she was so happy that she couldn't recover. Qingling was also stunned. Only she herself understood the pain of the cold invasion. When Qin Yun was around, she pretended to be relaxed, but the pain of the cold invasion made her wish she was dead. If he could really solve the problem of the cold qi, he would no longer be invaded by the cold qi and could cultivate like a normal person. Thank you, young master. Qingling bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian and watched her brother leave. The young master had closed his eyes to cultivate and did not have any intention of speaking. Instead, he began to survey the cave abode. But apart from this living room, she couldn't go anywhere else because there were restrictions everywhere. From now on, you'll be in charge of this place. Li Lingtian shot a mysterious light shadow at Qingling with one hand. Immediately, a mysterious and obscure spell appeared in Qingling's mind. When she walked again, the restrictions here did not affect her at all. Qingling was excited. As long as she could settle young master's matters, she could cultivate here. It was absolutely perfect to cultivate in such a paradise. Without the restrictions, Qingling looked around the entire cave. She needed to manage this place herself, so she naturally had to familiarize herself with it. Chapter 247. Chapter 247. Wait 1. Chapter 247. Wait 1. After a full 10 minutes, Qingling finished sizing up the entire cave, her face filled with shock. How many spirit stones did this cave abode cost? It was actually so big. There were more than 10 rooms, a place to wash up, and a kitchen. It could be said that it had everything. In the future, don't disturb me when I'm refining pills and cultivating. You can stay in the room inside. When the time comes, I will cure the cold in your body. Li Lingtian waited for Qingling to finish sizing up the cave abode before opening his eyes. He then told her about the things to take note of in the cave abode. He was cultivating alone, so finding a maid was just to tidy up the place. It was better than facing the cold cave abode after cultivating alone. Cultivation and life were synchronized. If one did not know how to enjoy themselves, there was no need to cultivate. This servant will follow young master's instructions. Qingling bowed politely. She was also curious, but she didn't expect that she didn't have anything to do here. She just wanted to help arrange the cave dwelling. Ordinary experts would cultivate in seclusion for a few days or months. To experts, a cave abode was just a place to settle down. All right, tidy up this cave abode. As long as you don't remove the restrictions, it'll be fine. Take this pill and cultivate. It can suppress the cold qi in your body. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked into the room with Qingling following behind him. Finally, Li Lingtian handed a bottle of pills to Qingling. He had also found these pills in the storage bags of other martial artists. He did not need these pills. Qingling's face revealed a hint of happiness. She only reacted after Li Lingtian entered the room. Her residence was right next door to Li Lingtian's. This was the most basic requirement for a maid, as she had to be summoned at all times. Qin Yin was outside arranging for any news to be sent to Li Lingtian's cave abode as soon as possible. Qingling was the one who relayed the news to Li Lingtian as he was cultivating. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed. After 10 days, Qingling had familiarized herself with this place and was no longer restrained. She was also curious about this young master. He didn't put on airs at all and treated her very well, giving off a friendly feeling. Usually, Qing Ling would cultivate or cook by herself. After Li Lingtian finished cultivating, she would talk to him. She helped Li Lingtian wash his clothes, take care of the plants in the garden, and tidy up the cave abode. These things were like relaxing for Qing Ling. Furthermore, she had gained the most from her trip here. She could ask Li Lingtian for the endless supply of pills and any questions she had about cultivation. Furthermore, with Li Lingtian's pills, he was able to suppress the chill in his body. His entire body had recovered. At least, he was no longer suffering from the chill's invasion, and his face was rosy. She was a beautiful little beauty. With such a little beauty accompanying him, he could enjoy his cultivation. Qing Ling, your mood will be stable today. This young master is free tonight and will help you expel the cold. After dinner, Li Lingtian took out more than 10 spirit fruits from the divine dragon ring. Although they were only 10-year-old, Qing Ling had never seen such spirit fruits before. She was instantly excited and her face was filled with envy. Such a spiritual fruit was rarely seen in Moonrise City. Even if there was one, it would be expensive. However, as a maid, she did not dare to use these spiritual fruits. However, when she saw Li Lingtian's signal, her face lit up. A little girl was a little girl indeed. She had completely forgotten her restraints when she was happy. However, Li Lingtian preferred it this way. He did not like to be restrained. Moreover, it would spoil the mood if a little beauty were to be restrained in front of him. While eating this spirit fruit, he said to Qing Ling, "At night? Where is it?" Qing Ling couldn't help but be startled. When a girl heard a man say night in front of her, it was a subconscious reflex. "Yes, I'll talk about it after I finish cultivating. You can just wait in the room." Li Lingtian was half lying on the chair and did not notice Qing Ling's reaction or look at her expression. However, she didn't know that Qing Ling's little face was flushed red. She was already mentally prepared. As a maid, her entire being belonged to her master. Moreover, his young master was a handsome and elegant man. There is no girl in the world who wouldn't fall for a figure like his young master. However, she was still a little girl and was extremely shy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that his words had been misinterpreted. He did not know how much he meant by his words. "Yes." Qing Ling nodded softly, her heart thumping nonstop. Then, he quickly left and returned to his room. Li Lingtian was stunned when he saw Qing Ling's expression. However, how could he understand a little girl's thoughts? Naturally, he did not care. After Qing Ling left, Li Lingtian practiced all sorts of skills in the practice room. Although he had not reached the transcendent state, he was at the edge of it. At night, Li Lingtian's brows furrowed tightly. He was still unable to fully comprehend the divine power skill, divine wrath. For hours had passed, and he felt that it was already late at night. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, he suddenly remembered that he had said that he would help Qing Ling expel the cold. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the room. When he arrived outside Qing Ling's room, the stone door didn't have any restrictions. It was just blocked by a brocade cloth. When Li Lingtian arrived at the door, he stopped in his tracks. It was too late for a young man like him to enter Qing Ling's room. But thinking about how Qing Ling was his maid, it was fine for him to help her expel the cold. Then, he pushed it aside and walked in. However, when he entered, he was stunned. A girl's room, no matter if it was in a mountain or a cave, was always the warmest. Shunmei was like this, and now Qing Ling was like this. This originally empty stone room had been turned into a warm boudoir by Qing Ling. It was impossible to tell that this was a stone room. Qing Ling sat on the bed and waited for Li Lingtian. She was extremely nervous. Even though Li Lingtian said that he was helping her to get rid of the cold, something would definitely happen if they were alone at night. She would not regret giving her pure body to her young master. However, she was still too nervous. Time passed slowly, but Li Lingtian did not come over. She thought that Li Lingtian had forgotten about her. When Li Lingtian entered, he was even more nervous. His fair little hands were constantly twisting the corner of his clothes. "How was it? I told you to suppress the cold energy in one place. Why didn't you cultivate today? Li Lingtian walked up to Qing Ling and felt the warmth in the room. His heart was beating fast. But when he realized that Qing Ling's cold energy wasn't suppressed, he was a little unhappy. Yes, Qing Ling nodded. She was so nervous that she didn't have the mood to suppress the cold energy. She didn't circulate her energy to suppress the cold energy. Forget it, I'll help you. Li Lingtian shook his head and sat cross-legged on the bed. Qing Ling's body trembled. Her young master sat on his bed and thought of many things. However, she did not expect Li Lingtian to wave his hands continuously and cast a series of magic arts on her. Her entire body was levitated as she sat across from Li Lingtian. The two of them sat on the bed, and the atmosphere in the room was extremely ambiguous. After a moment, Qing Ling finally understood that she had misunderstood. Li Lingtian's eyes were filled with seriousness, and he did not have any other thoughts. Streams of warm, true essence flowed through his body, and the cold air was quickly condensed. After an unknown amount of time, Qing Ling felt the cold air being sucked away by a force. Without any strength left in her body, she fell onto the bed right in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian did not expect this to happen either. How could his blood not boil when he had such a beautiful little beauty in his arms, especially on the bed? Yes, a tender moan came out from Qing Ling's small mouth. Her small face was red, and she looked extremely shy. It was her misconception at first, but now that she was in Li Lingtian's arms, her body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. She had never been in contact with a man before, but now she was in the arms of the young master. Her heartbeat sped up, and a hint of charm appeared in her lively eyes. She had completely forgotten about everything. However, Li Lingtian let go of Qing Ling at that moment. With a smile on his face, he left Qing Ling in a flash. Rest well for this young master. When your body is fully recovered, come and accompany this young master. Li Lingtian left the room and walked toward the pool in the cave abode. He plunged into the pool, and the cold water extinguished his fiery heat. Qing Ling had just expelled the cold energy, and her body was weak. She needed to rest for a while. He had to cultivate as well, because that ball of cold air was still in his body. He had to refine it. This little girl was only 15 years old and had developed well. She was a rare beauty, but he had to take care of her body. There would be plenty of time in the future, so there was naturally no rush. He stayed in the pool for a full 10 minutes before he got up. After changing his clothes, he hurried to his room. When he passed by Qing Ling's room, Li Lingtian did not make a sound. After a short pause, he returned to his room. After cultivating for a day, he naturally needed to rest. He lay on the bed and fell asleep. To him, what happened just now was just a small episode. In the next room, Qing Ling's face was flushed red. She was still immersed in the scene just now. Chapter 248. Chapter 248. Taking in Qing Ling. Chapter 248. Taking in Qing Ling. Even though Li Lingtian had left for a long time, Qing Ling was still immersed in her previous state. Thinking of a situation just now, he felt so ashamed that he couldn't even hide his face. However, this feeling made him intoxicated and lose his direction. When Li Lingtian left, a deep desire arose in his heart. He longed for the young master to stay. However, when he recalled Li Lingtian's final words, he was still looking forward to accompanying his young master when he recovered. She lay on the bed and fell asleep unknowingly. The next day, Li Lingtian cultivated as usual. When Qing Ling woke up and saw Li Lingtian's clothes by the pool, she quickly washed them and hung them to dry. On this day, Qing Ling had been worried. She was worried that if she met young master, she would die of shame. Fortunately, what she was worried about did not happen, but she was also a little disappointed. In order to improve the quality of the heavenly monster pill, Li Lingtian had to elevate its level to grade 5. 3 days passed. During these 3 days, Qing Ling gradually adapted to the new environment, but she still cultivated more. She did not have a cultivation base, but after coming to the cave abode, Li Lingtian had imparted an earth-rank cultivation method to her. Now that she had no cold chi, she could cultivate very quickly. Together with Li Lingtian's pills, he reached Tier 7 Warrior Apprentice in 3 days. This speed was several times stronger than those geniuses. Young Master, Big Brother has sent a message. Please take a look. With the jade slip in her hand, Qingling walked lightly to Li Lingtian's room door. Her little face was flushed, and she looked unnatural. This was the first time she had seen Li Lingtian ever since the incident last time. She could not avoid Li Lingtian's presence when she received news from Qingyun, so she had no choice but to deliver the news to him. Come in. Li Lingtian slowly stopped his cultivation and opened his eyes to look at the little beauty before him. After the cold air was expelled, he had completely recovered and was exuding an alluring youthful aura. However, when he saw Qingling's shy expression, he waved his hand and called out. He naturally knew that Qingling was shy, but this little beauty's appearance made him even more tempted. Yes, Qingling gave a soft before she slowly walked toward Li Lingtian. Her heart was thumping, and she felt extremely shy when she thought about how she was a few days ago. Li Lingtian took the jade slip and inserted his divine consciousness into it to filter the information inside. It was filled with the latest news about Moonrise City. Moonrise City was still the same as before, but what interested him was the auction that was going to be held in 5 days. This auction was the grandest one in soliciting Moon City. It was held once every 5 years. Qingling watched Li Lingtian from aside. Her heart was moved by his focus and seriousness. During this period of time, he had also learned a little about the young master's personality. Although his methods were magical and his strength was deep, he was an amiable youth. She was elegant and graceful, giving off a feeling of intimacy. Unknowingly, she was getting closer to Li Lingtian, and her delicate body was already leaning against him. Yes, we naturally can't let such a thing go. Li Lingtian withdrew his divine consciousness from the jade slip with a smile on his face. It had been quite some time since he came to the Azure Continent, but this was his first time in Moonrise City. Naturally, they would not let go of such an auction. Moonrise City was even more powerful than the Azure Continent. The treasures in the auction, which was held once every 5 years, were naturally extremely precious. After he finished speaking, he kept the jade slip but found that Qingling was already leaning against him. The smile on his face became evil, and a faint fragrance reached his nose. He reached out and pulled Qingling into his embrace. Auction? Do you want to go? Li Lingtian asked after Qingling had helped him tidy up his clothes. In the past, Qingling was rather embarrassed. However, after what had happened with Li Lingtian, she had let go. As Li Lingtian's maid, it was normal for her to serve him. Moreover, she would be satisfied even if she was a maid-to-be with Li Lingtian. There was no woman in the world who would not fall for a genius like Li Lingtian, who was elegant and powerful. Young master, are you bringing Qingling? Qingling was excited when she heard Li Lingtian's words. She had never been to such a place before. She was always in her room and had to endure the pain of the cold. Now that she was with Li Lingtian, she was extremely happy every day. However, she did not dare to disobey Li Lingtian. She knew her identity, and no matter what, she was still a young master. If you're going, then go. Change into a set of beautiful clothes. Li Lingtian looked at Qingling's attire and found it somewhat shabby. It would be embarrassing for him to go out and see a beautiful lady dressed in such shabby attire. Although she was born beautiful, she still needed to dress up. My clothes are all like this. Qingling lowered her head and said softly. In the past, when she followed her brother, the spirit stones that her brother earned were all used to buy pills that could resist the cold. She still had extra spiritual stones to buy beautiful clothes. Besides, she rarely went out of Li Lingtian's cave abode and did not care about her clothes, because she knew that her appearance needed clothes to complement it. Let's go. I'll bring you to buy some. Take this spirit stone and buy whatever you need in the future. Li Lingtian glanced at Qingling. This little girl had suffered a lot. Now that he had encountered her, it was no problem for him to obtain spiritual stones. His spirit sense entered the storage bag and found a random storage bag. He took it out and handed it to Qingling. He didn't know how many spirit stones were inside, but he knew that there were at least 1,000,000 spirit stones in this storage bag. There were billions of spirit stones in his storage bag. 10, 0, 0, 0, 100, 0, 0, 0, 1,000,000, and even 10,000,000. He did not want to count the spirit stones during the transaction. His wealth was more than 40 billion, so he did not care about this little bit. Moreover, he wouldn't know about the spirit stones in the storage bag of the warriors he killed. He would use them as tips, or use them. Thank you, young master. Qingling happily accepted the storage pouch and planted a kiss on Li Lingtian's cheek with her rosy lips. She looked extremely happy. She was jumping around like a child. In fact, she was only a child. At 15 years old, she was just a little girl. Soon after, Li Lingtian left the cave abode with Qingling and headed toward Moonrise City. She could act coquettishly in front of Li Lingtian when there was no one around, but she was a qualified maid outside. On the bustling street, people were coming and going, and there were countless hawking sounds. Seeing such a lively street, Qingling was extremely excited. She rarely came out in the past, and under the invasion of the cold air, she didn't have the mood to appreciate these things. Now that the chill was gone, he had some cultivation and countless spiritual stones on him. Coupled with the nourishment from Li Lingtian, he was as happy as a little bird. On the way, he saw that there were more than 1,000,000 spirit stones in his bag of holding. He was extremely excited. Young master, wait. I want to buy this. Young master, what do you think of this? This is so beautiful. What? 100 low-grade spirit stones? All right, then. I want this. Li Lingtian's ears were filled with Qingling's happy voice. He could only smile wryly. Why was it that girls were so tireless when they were shopping? He was now a strong person, but he was already feeling tired. The women in his previous life usually went shopping for a few hours. Now, he was a little impressed by those men. Aren't they tired after a few hours? However, he was very happy to be with this little beauty because he did not have the slightest worry. Chapter 249. Chapter 249. Condensing Light Mirror. Chapter 249. Condensing Light Mirror. At this moment, a discordant voice sounded. I like this one. I want everything here. A crisp voice reached Li Lingtian's ears as he turned around to look behind. She saw a 20-year-old woman looking at Qingling with disdain. Beside her was a man in embroidered clothes. The one who spoke was a young woman. The woman could be considered a beauty, but her aura gave people a sense of disgust. I asked for this first. Qingling had an aggrieved expression. She was an orphan since young, so she could only endure when faced with such a strong force. However, Li Lingtian had doted on her during this period of time and allowed her to enjoy the happiness that other girls should have. He was not pleased with the woman's words. Furthermore, since he liked the things that he had set his eyes on, he would not give them away so easily. Why? Look at you. You still have the qualifications to snatch things from me? The young woman looked at the cheap clothes on Qingling's body and revealed a look of disdain. But more than that, she was jealous, because she realized that this little girl was extremely beautiful. Even if she wore cheap clothes, they could not hide her beauty and temperament. Sister Ling, I want to go back to this little girl. I happen to be missing a maid. Do you know who one I am? Apologize to my sister Ling and let her be my maid. In the future, she will enjoy endless glory and wealth. The embroidered robed man's eyes revealed an evil look as he kept scanning Qingling's body. His eyeballs were about to pop out. It wouldn't be a pity if he didn't get a little beauty like her on his bed. Moreover, this little girl was dressed like a poor person. With her identity and family background, it was naturally easy to capture her. When it was in his hands, he could play with it as he pleased. Cousin, you have bad intentions again. When the young woman saw the man in embroidered clothes, she naturally knew that her cousin had taken a fancy to this little fox. How could she not know what kind of person her cousin was? She was even more jealous of this little girl in front of her. If he had this little fox, how would he be able to establish himself in the future? Don't worry, it's just for fun. The embroidered-robed man walked in front of Qing Ling. The evil smile on his face became even wider. He could already imagine this beautiful little girl moaning under his body. Such a beautiful little girl must be very fun to play with. Li Lingtian had been watching the man in embroidered clothes and the young woman from the front with a faint smile on his face. A murderous intent rose in his heart. Qing Ling's expression slowly became aggrieved. Countless people surrounded her to watch the show, and her young master was nowhere to be seen. You dare? If my young master finds out, you're dead. Qing Ling also started to feel scared. This man in embroidered clothes was obviously not a good person. He was definitely a playboy who indulged in debauchery. If she fell into his hands, her life would be over. Her body and mind belonged to the young master. Hee. Looking at you, your master must be trash too. If you follow this young master, I'll guarantee you wealth and glory. The smile on the embroidered-robed man's face grew wider and wider. Even such a beautiful maid was dressed so shabbily. He believed that the other party was just an ordinary martial artist. Even the top 10 families in soliciting Moon City would not dare to provoke the Yin family easily. One don't want this anymore. You can take it. Qing Ling saw that the situation wasn't right and looked at the accessory in her hand reluctantly. In the end, she put it back where it was. If she couldn't afford to offend it, she had to avoid it. She was about to leave to look for Li Lingtian after she put away the accessory when someone grabbed her hand. It's not that easy to leave. Just follow me back obediently. The embroidered-robed man chuckled. He grabbed Qing Ling's wrist with one hand and leaned his head closer, sniffing her continuously. Tis, all. At this moment, his arm felt a sharp pain. His arm was cut off by a light shadow and fell to the ground. Blood immediately gushed out. The heart-wrenching pain made him scream. Then, he cast a few spells to stop the bleeding on his injured arm. His eyes were fierce as he looked not far away. A white-robed young man smiled at him. The white-robed young man had been standing there the entire time. However, he only had eyes for the little beauty in front of him and completely ignored the surrounding martial artists. After the others moved aside, Qing Ling spotted Li Lingtian. It turned out that young master had been waiting for her there. Young master, they are bullying me. 2 streams of crystal-clear tears streaked across Qing Ling's small face as she threw herself into Li Lingtian's arms without any hesitation. It's fine. I've been watching. Don't worry, I'm here. Li Lingtian gently patted Qing Ling's back before walking up step by step. He glared at the man in embroidered clothes with a sharp gaze and a smile on his face. Bastard, you're dead. How dare you hurt me? I'll make you wish you were dead. And you, I'll make you want to die tonight. When a man in embroidered clothes saw Li Lingtian, he knew that the person who injured him was the white-clothed youth. How could he tolerate such hatred when he plotted against him and cut off his arm? Moreover, a trace of jealousy grew in his heart. He thought he was cool, but when he saw this young man in white, he knew what cool was. His temperament was innate. You have a foul mouth. You deserve a beating. The smile on Li Lingtian's face remained. Was he courting death by scolding him? He was courting death by having designs on his woman. Although Qing Ling was only his maid, she was still his woman. The 4 things that a man had to protect were protect his woman, protect his family, protect his brothers, and protect the territory under his feet. Besides, women were Li Lingtian's top priority. If a girl could not protect him when he gave her all his heart, what kind of man was he? After saying that, he waved his hand and slapped her across the air. Pa! The crisp sound jolted the young woman awake. She kept staring at Li Lingtian and was attracted by his elegant and graceful body. F***, how dare you hit me? Do you know who 1 am? The embroidered-robed man was stunned by the slap. Countless martial artists revealed expressions of schadenfreude. I'm hitting you. I don't care who you are. Your mouth is so cheap. Won't have to teach you a lesson. Li Lingtian said calmly. Those who threatened him were fools. He hated it when someone threatened him. The people who threatened him were no longer there. He had always strangled the threat in the cradle. Pa pa pa. A series of crisp sounds rang out as the chi in the air shot out and Li Lingtian's palm flew. The moment the sound fell, the man in embroidered clothes turned into a pig's head. Even if his mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Countless martial artists who were watching revealed terrified expressions. Who wasn't afraid of being beaten up like this? How dare you have designs on my woman? You're courting death. Li Lingtian's body flashed as he kicked out. Instantly, the man in embroidered clothes let out a crisp sound from his lower body, followed by a shrill scream as his body was thrown out. Young master. Qingling leaned against Li Lingtian as tears rolled down her face. She was extremely happy when she heard Li Lingtian say that she was his woman. Didn't you want this? Li Lingtian looked at Qingling and wiped the tears off his face. He could not bear to see this little beauty sad. After saying that, he took out the accessory that Qingling wanted to buy and threw a middle-grade spirit stone over. He looked at the young woman with a sharp gaze, and the young woman immediately trembled. Do you want to hit a woman? The young woman smiled. She did not even take the man in embroidered clothes' injury to heart as she looked at Li Lingtian with a teasing gaze. Pa! A loud slap landed on the young woman's face. Instantly, her face swelled up. She's not my woman. I can hit her whenever I want, let alone a slut like you. Li Lingtian's cold words stunned all the warriors. They did not expect the white-robed young man to hit a woman. However, they were rendered speechless by Li Lingtian's words. This young man was right. If he didn't hit women, the women of the divine martial continent would have cultivation bases. If he met them, he wouldn't have been killed for nothing. After saying that, Li Lingtian took Qingling's hand and left without even looking at the man in embroidered clothes and the dazed young woman. You injured a disciple of my Yin clan and left just like that? Is it that simple? At this moment, a cold voice sounded. As the voice fell, an explosive attack shot over, and the air seemed to be burning. Oh no, it's Yin Mia, the genius disciple of the Yin family. He's a 5th-level martial emperor. He's finished this time. Hurry up and retreat. A 2nd-level martial emperor is extremely powerful. Don't get us into trouble. He's dead. Countless martial artists cried out in alarm and quickly moved to the sides, leaving a large area of empty space. A figure appeared in the air. At the same time, the explosive attack arrived behind Li Lingtian and his companion. You're courting death. Instead of advancing, Li Lingtian retreated to meet the explosive attack head-on. With a twist of his body, a ball of icy blaze appeared in his hand. He extended his hand, and the icy blaze collided with the destructive attack. There was no sound of explosion as the destructive attack was nullified. The frost flame in Li Lingtian's hand continued to devour the destructive force. With a wave of his hand, the icy flames in his hand shot out at an extremely fast speed. The young man in the air was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian easily negating his attack. This white-robed young man clearly had no cultivation, but he had injured a disciple of the Yin family. Now, he had even neutralized his own attack. He gradually felt fear in his heart. Seeing the arrival of the ice flames, a huge weapon slashed out. Tisk! A terrifying thing happened. The light emitted by the weapon cut the icy flame in half. The two halves of the icy flame didn't stop at all and shot toward Yin Mia. Flame Extinguisher did not expect things to turn out like this. His attack could not even break through one attack. Instead, it made his opponent's attack stronger. Condensing Light Mirror. Despite his shock, he did not dare to use any more attacks to counter it. With a flick of his divine consciousness, a round mirror appeared in his hand. Immediately, a dazzling beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian's icy frost flame. Chapter 250, Chapter 250, Buying Clothes. Chapter 250, Buying Clothes. Their attacks were extremely fast. In an instant, the two attacks collided. With a hissing sound, the icy frost flame quickly reversed. Li Lingtian grabbed it with one hand and disappeared. He was shocked. He didn't expect the ice flame to be restrained. While he was shocked, his mind spun rapidly. With a wave of his hand, the ice/fire ring appeared in front of him. The moment the ice and fire ring appeared, the light from the light condensing mirror had already hit him. His body swayed, and he quickly retreated. 9 heavens of ice, destruction. The entire process was extremely fast. With just a slight pause, he would be killed. When experts fought, not only did they need powerful attacks and defenses, but they also needed quick-witted minds and agile reactions. The ice/fire ring blocked the attack of the condensing light mirror. He circulated his true essence and raised his hands. A flame and a glacier appeared in his hands at the same time. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed over, and an aura of death and destruction appeared in the air. He clasped his hands together, and a 3-colored pillar of light shot out. The pillar of light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it tore through space and arrived in front of Yen Mia. Ice/fire, dual martial souls. Yen Lai destroy. Flame Extinguisher was shocked to see Li Lingtian's reaction speed despite being a young man with no cultivation. If he were in Li Lingtian's shoes, he would not have such a reaction speed. Feeling the death and destruction aura in the air, he was also extremely shocked. The ice and fire dual martial souls were extremely terrifying. Moreover, the opponent had fused the two extremes together. Needless to say, the power was naturally shocking. He did not dare to be careless at all. He circulated his true essence and used the Yin family's destruction skill. Immediately, a shocking flame with destructive power welcomed the pillar of light. Not far away, countless warriors were terrified and quickly ran away. Qingling was also shocked and worried when she saw the young master fighting in the air. However, the battle in the sky was completely beyond her imagination. She didn't expect her young master to be so powerful. She stared blankly at the sky. Rumble! A shocking explosion sounded, and the destructive halo and residual force scattered. Countless martial artists did not have time to escape and were directly destroyed. However, the buildings on both sides of the street seemed to be protected by arrays. They only trembled slightly before the residual force and attack were offset. In the air, the genius disciple of the Yin family, Yin Mia, who was floating in the air, had a huge change in expression as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, cracks quickly appeared on his body. Finally, a mysterious light shot out from his body, and his true essence also exploded. His body quickly fell to the ground, and when he fell to the ground, he was completely lifeless. A second-level martial emperor genius had fallen. The entire battle happened in the blink of an eye. The Yin family genius ambushed him, but he was killed in the end. It affects my mood. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Li Lingtian looked at the embroidered robed man on the ground and the young woman who had been slapped. He held Qingling's hand and continued walking forward. They continued to move forward. It was only less than 10 seconds, but a second-level martial emperor genius disciple was killed in those 10 seconds. Even in Moonrise City, a martial emperor was considered a top-notch expert. It was not as if martial grandmasters were everywhere. This young man had killed a martial emperor. What kind of person was he? Let's go buy some clothes for you. Buy some pretty clothes, Li Lingtian said with a smile. The two of them quickly disappeared from the crowd's sight. Countless warriors had already fled, and the street was empty. There was no one left. The embroidered robed man on the ground had a dazed expression. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He had caused trouble and harmed his own genius. He would be punished when he returned. The young woman had never thought that this white-robed young man would be so powerful. He looked to be only 17 or 18 years old. How could he be so powerful? Young master, they are from the Yin clan. Qing Ling was still traumatized by Li Lingtian's recent battle. Although she was not familiar with the influence of Moonrise City, the Yin family's name was well known. Hee, this young master doesn't even put the small Yin family in his eyes. If I'm afraid of the Yin family, can I still be considered human? The smile on Li Lingtian's face was calm. As he finished his sentence, he whispered into Qing Ling's ear. Yes. Qing Ling did not react in time as she answered directly. However, when she saw the change in the smile on Li Lingtian's face, she immediately realized that there was another meaning behind his words. She recalled the time when she was with the young master and her entire body felt weak. Her face was flushed red. Although she was already with Li Lingtian, she was still a 15-year-old girl. Young master, you bullied Qing Ling. Qing Ling quickly refused to comply. Soon, she forgot about what happened and felt extremely shy. The two of them chatted softly as they shopped. Finally, they arrived at a clothing store and went in. Inside the shop, it was a colorful world. There were all kinds of clothes, ranging from a few spirit stones to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Please come in, sir. What kind of clothes do you need? Our shop has the most fashionable and beautiful clothes. A woman in her 30s stood up happily to greet Li Lingtian and his wife upon their arrival. Is there a separate place to try it on? Qing Ling saw the countless clothes in the shop and was extremely happy. However, if she wanted to buy clothes, she had to try them on. Yes, of course. Behind this is the VIP fitting room. The lady in the shop did not show any disdain when she saw Qing Ling's attire, because she could see Li Lingtian's temperament. From Li Lingtian's temperament, one could tell that he was a young master from an aristocratic family. That little girl must have just been recruited as a maid. However, that maid was a top-notch beauty. Pick some first. I'll wait for you. Li Lingtian looked at the clothes in the store. They were indeed not bad. The quality and style were displayed here. However, the clothes in this world were no different from the clothes of the Tang, Ming, and Song dynasties. Men's clothes felt like they were floating out of the world. Most of the women were wearing light clothes, revealing a bit of their breasts. If they were strong and full, they would be able to see a bit of their breasts. When Qing Ling bought clothes, he naturally couldn't watch over her. He only needed to give her spirit stones. However, Qing Ling dragged Li Lingtian in after choosing a dozen clothes, saying that she was afraid of being alone. Li Lingtian had no choice. He had seen every inch of this little girl's body, so naturally, he would not be rude. When the lady in the shop saw Qing Ling and Li Lingtian enter to try on clothes, a smile appeared on her face. Why were young girls nowadays so open-minded? However, she thought that this woman should have already become this young man. Otherwise, she wouldn't be pulling a man. Upon entering the fitting room, Li Lingtian and Qing Ling were surprised. This fitting room was indeed a VIP class place. It was a private room of 20 square meters. There were also refreshments and refreshments. It was decorated elegantly. Following that, Li Lingtian swiped his hand in the air and scanned the place with his divine perception. There was no array formation inside. He was relieved as he did not want to be watched. After witnessing what Li Lingtian had done, Qing Ling knew that this place was safe. He did not care that Li Lingtian was alone here as he removed his clothes. After taking off her clothes, Qing Ling's small face was flushed red as she quickly put on her new clothes. Young master, what do you think? Qing Ling shouted at Li Lingtian, who was behind her after she was dressed. Very good. This dress was specially made for Qing Ling. Only by wearing on Qing Ling would it not be an insult to this dress. Li Lingtian noticed that Qing Ling was dressed in a light purple robe. It fitted her perfectly as if it was tailor-made. Her petite body and jade-like skin accentuated her beauty. Following that, Li Lingtian activated his Ice Soul martial soul. He only put away the cultivation technique after Qing Ling had finished trying on her 10th set of clothes. It was truly a torture in front of this little girl. Little girl, you'll have a good time tonight. Li Lingtian stood up and finally heaved a sigh of relief. He glared at Qing Ling with a sharp gaze. Umph! Qingling pouted her little lips and did not take it to heart. She leaned closer to Li Lingtian, and a fragrance wafted into his nose. Her proud chest rested on his arm. However, she blushed even more when she heard Li Lingtian's words. Naturally, she understood what he meant. That time, she was knocked out by Li Lingtian. Qingling carried the clothes, and the two of them walked out. "I want all these clothes." Li Lingtian pointed at the clothes in Qingling's arms. Judging from her appearance, she liked all the clothes she had tried on. Moreover, he saw that Qingling didn't have any good clothes on her, so these clothes weren't worth much. Besides, as long as the woman he liked was happy, it didn't matter how many spirit stones he had. "Sir, these clothes are a total of 490,000 low-grade spirit stones." The woman in the shop was surprised. She was really generous to buy so many clothes for a maid. Qingling didn't say anything, but her heart was filled with sweetness. However, when he heard 490,000 low-grade spirit stones, he was also shocked. 490,000 low-grade spirit stones. If he bought the clothes he was wearing, he would have to buy 100,000 pieces. When Li Lingtian saw Qingling's expression, he reached out and stroked her hair. It was only 490,000 lower spiritual stones. He would not hesitate even if it was 9 billion. Qingling happily put the clothes into her storage bag. The two of them left the shop happily. They looked at the time and walked toward the auction house. Qingling had a smile on her face. However, she knew a lot about the outside world. She wanted to be a maid. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the auction house. No matter where the Moonrise auction house was located, the largest auction house and shop were all named after the city. Chapter 251. Chapter 251. Jade Hairpin. Chapter 251. Jade Hairpin. When they arrived at the auction house, there were already countless experts entering. However, before entering, they had to show their own token, which was also the token for entering and leaving the auction house. "Welcome to the Moonrise auction house. Are you bringing her in?" A Tier 3 martial arts grandmaster powerhouse was smiling when he saw Li Lingtian approaching. However, he was stunned when he saw Qingling beside Li Lingtian. "Not bad." Li Lingtian nodded. However, he only had one plaque, and there were no seats left for him to bring one person in. "If you bring her in, you can choose a private room," the martial arts grandmaster said with a smile. He could not let go of such an opportunity to earn money. "How many spirit stones do one need to pay for the private room?" Li Lingtian asked directly. He had plenty of spiritual stones. It would be acceptable if Qingling was standing inside, since she was a maid. However, if there was a private room, it would not be a problem for him to have one. "Not much. As long as you add 1 million low-grade spirit stones, it will be enough." The martial arts grandmaster smiled apologetically. Those who could participate in this auction were not martial emperors. Martial emperors would naturally not care about these few spirit stones. Moreover, they were young and had brought their families with them. Naturally, they would choose a private room. "Let's change to a private room." Li Lingtian looked like a spoiled brat as he glanced at Qingling and smiled. He then handed the 1 million lower spiritual stones and the token to the Wuzong. "All right, please wait a moment." The martial arts grandmaster expert smiled and quickly put away the spirit stones. He took out a green token and saw the words 3 and 6 written on it. Li Lingtian took the token and left with Qingling towards the auction house. When they entered the auction hall, 2 passages appeared. One led to the hall, and the other led to the private room on the 2nd floor. "Young master, isn't this too wasteful?" Qingling lamented when she saw Li Lingtian spending another 1 million lower spiritual stones. However, she knew that Li Lingtian was worried that she would not have a seat. For her sake, her young master had wasted 1 million lower spiritual stones. "Do you want to stand?" Li Lingtian said lightly. He opened the wooden door of the private room, number 36, and entered the private room, half lying on the leather sofa. Although the private room was simple, it was not shabby. Moreover, it was exquisitely decorated. After Qingling closed the wooden door, She sat beside Li Lingtian and gently massaged his shoulders. Li Lingtian's face revealed a look of enjoyment. Time slowly passed as Li Lingtian enjoyed the gentle massage. The auction had just begun. However, before the auction began, Li Lingtian had already scanned the cultivation states of everyone present. All of them were martial monarch realm experts. There were more than 400 of them. He did not dare to be too impudent and immediately withdrew his divine sense. Everyone, welcome to the Moonrise Auction House. 1 a.m. Nangong Fei, the host for today. Li Lingtian peeked through the small window covered in gauze and saw a Tier 7 Martial Emperor Elder greeting the auction house with a fist salute. Everyone knows the rules of the auction house. You can't fight in the auction house. The highest bidder wins. The 10 items are all extremely precious treasures and materials. Moreover, this time, we can use items to exchange for them. Nangong Fei said loudly, which immediately caused a lot of discussion. This way, he could use a precious item to exchange for it. Those who had more spirit stones might not be able to get a treasure. Qingling, keep an eye on the items during the auction. I'm going to rest for a while. Remind me of every item. It was rare for Li Lingtian to watch these people compete. As long as there was nothing he liked, he did not have to bother with them. After saying that, she rested her head on Qingling's lap and closed her eyes to sleep. A faint body fragrance intoxicated him. This kind of life was free and easy. Qingling gently massaged Li Lingtian's head and nodded her head. She was elated that her young master would be willing to waste 1,000,000 spiritual stones just to get a seat for her. Time slowly passed. Every time an item or treasure appeared, Qingling would whisper the name of the treasure into Li Lingtian's ear. In a flash, the first 4 treasures had been auctioned off. When the 5th treasure was auctioned off, Qingling revealed a happy smile and an envious expression. Young master, the 5th item is a jade hairpin. It's a low-grade imperial weapon and a defensive treasure. It can withstand the attack of any martial arts grandmaster. Qingling said enviously, but she didn't show it. This kind of treasure was basically used by girls as an accessory. However, it could block the full force attack of a martial arts grandmaster and automatically defend. Li Lingtian ignored him and continued to sleep. Qingling could only watch enviously as the powerhouses competed. 40 million low-grade spirit stones, 4,300 low-grade spirit stones, 45 million low-grade spirit stones, 50 million low-grade spirit stones. The price soared wildly, and soon, the price exceeded 100 million. Moreover, the competing experts did not have any intention of giving up. The experts who competed were basically women. Either the man had a woman by his side, or they were competing for the woman to use. This is not bad, 500 million. Just as Qingling was admiring him, Li Lingtian spoke indifferently. His eyes remained closed as if he was sleeping. However, this voice shocked Qingling. The price below was only a little over 200 million, but young master actually said 500 million. Although his voice was very soft, she heard it. Why would young master want such an item? 500 million spirit stones was an astronomical figure. Qingling, didn't you hear what one said? 500 million. Li Lingtian replied calmly when he saw that Qingling was silent. There was a hint of anger in his voice. This made Qingling feel uneasy. If she couldn't handle her young master's matters well, she would be neglecting her duty. Although she was young master's woman, she was still a maid. Qingling heard it. Qingling quickly replied, if young master was really angry, what would she do? 500 million. A crisp voice rang out. It wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of all the 4 emperors like a clap of thunder. Instantly, all the martial emperors were charred on the outside and tender on the inside. Not many people could take out 500 million low-grade spirit stones. He didn't expect that someone in a private room would actually bid 500 million for this low-grade emperor artifact. This item was obviously for a woman. Usually, women would depend on men. For a man to bid 500 million for a woman, it was obvious that this person was very generous. 500 million. 500 million. What a big deal. He actually bid 500 million. 500 million low-grade spirit stones to compete for this jade hairpin. Shoo! Countless experts were shocked, but they did not dare to provoke the people in this private room. Countless divine senses quickly pressed over, but outside the private room, there was a restriction that blocked divine senses. They had no idea what kind of person was inside. 500 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Nan Gongfei was so happy that he couldn't describe it. This jade hairpin was worth, at most, 150 million. He didn't expect it to be sold for 500 million. He had made a killing this time. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going once. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going mice. 500 million low-grade spirit stones going thrice. This jade hairpin belongs to the distinguished guest in private room number 36. Nan Gongfei said happily. Then, he asked a maid to bring the box containing the jade hairpin to the private room. Soon, a young girl appeared at the door of the private room. There was a knock on the door. Qing Ling gently leaned Li Lingtian's head on the sofa and walked forward to open the door. Young master, young miss, this is the low-grade emperor artifact, jade hairpin, that you won. A young girl walked in. She originally wanted to see who had bought the jade hairpin for 500 million, but she never expected it to be a young girl and a young man. She was extremely shocked. Yes, give it to me, Li Lingtian said to the young lady as he sat up straight. Young master. Qing Ling received the box and handed it to Li Lingtian with an envious expression. When the young lady saw Qing Ling accept the box and heard her address the young man as young master, she immediately understood that this young lady was just a maid. Her face revealed a trace of disdain and jealousy. She looked down on Qing Ling's clothes, so she shouldn't be an important maid. She was jealous of Qing Ling's beauty. And not bad. It's a peerless, low-grade emperor weapon. Defensive low-grade emperor weapons are even rarer. Li Lingtian sized them up carefully, completely ignoring the envious looks on Qing Ling and the young girl's faces. He commented as he sized her up, a satisfied expression on his face. Do you like it? Qing Ling and the young lady were astonished. They did not expect Li Lingtian to say such a thing and did not know if it was true. I like it. I like it. The two of them couldn't help but agree to come out at the same time. Who wouldn't like such a treasure? Moreover, it was the girl's favorite hairpin. If you like it, wear it. If you don't like it, throw it away. Li Lingtian looked at Qing Ling as he stood up and spoke indifferently. He then waved his hand to signal for Qing Ling to come over. Qing Ling was stunned. The young girl was also stunned. She didn't expect that the jade hairpin that this young man had won with 500 million low-grade spirit stones was actually for this poor girl. Don't you want it? Then throw it away. Li Lingtian raised his hand as if he was about to throw it away. His expression was calm, and there was no change in his expression. Yes, yes. Qing Ling woke up and quickly walked over, but 2 streams of tears fell from her face. She had never felt such happiness, such sweetness, and such warmth. It turned out that the young master had never forgotten her. This jade hairpin was also sold to him. He had used 500 million to directly crush all the experts. The jade hairpin that he had competed for was for him. Li Lingtian gently inserted the jade hairpin into Qing Ling's hair and nodded in satisfaction. Then, he handed 500 million low-grade spirit stones to the girl. After the girl counted the spirit stones, he waved his hand to signal her to leave. If they dared to look down on the people around them, they would regret it and be shocked. Qing Ling no longer cared about anything else as she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms. The tears on her face kept falling uncontrollably. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out to wipe away his tears as he waited for the next auction. 500 million spirit stones was nothing to him. Only the people around him liked it. What was 500 million? Chapter 252, Chapter 252, Treasure Controlling Art 1. Chapter 252, Treasure Controlling Art 1. Following that, Li Lingtian continued to sleep on Qingling's lap like before. Qingling reminded him when it was time for the auction. He really didn't want any ordinary weapons or treasures now. Unless it was medicinal herbs and materials, he wouldn't be tempted by anything else. He had the herbs, the herb garden in the divine dragon ring, and his own divine weapon. He was an alchemist, so he could refine level 5 pills for himself. He also had the recipe for level 6 pills. After that, the jade hairpin could be freely traded. During this period of time, he could take a rest. What free trade? He wasn't in the mood to do so. His goal was a technique called the treasure control art. This spell was a heaven-grade existence. The only advantage was that he could quickly control his treasures and weapons. More importantly, although this treasure control art was at the heaven rank, it could control people and treasures of the same rank. This was also what he was most interested in. Otherwise, he would not have come to participate in the auction. Young master, aren't we going to the free trade? Qingling looked at Li Lingtian and asked in a coquettish voice. Li Lingtian's head was already in her arms, causing her heart to race. I'm not going. There aren't any good treasures in the free trade. Wait a moment. Pay attention to the competition for the treasure control art. Li Lingtian sniffed, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Qingling blushed and dared not look at Li Lingtian. After all, this was not a cave abode. However, she kept Li Lingtian's words in mind and did not dare to make any mistakes. What made her even more embarrassed was that Li Lingtian's palm kept caressing her fair and slender legs. It was as if she had been electrocuted. Her little face was flushed red as she looked at Li Lingtian with her seductive eyes. She was filled with desire, but she soon regained her senses. They were outside, and she dare not go overboard. Moreover, when she heard Li Lingtian say that it was night, her heart thumped faster. Then, she snuggled into Li Lingtian's arms and enjoyed the warmth. The two of them enjoyed the spiritual fruits while talking. There were countless spiritual fruits in his divine dragon ring. He wouldn't be able to finish them even if he ate them every day. With the little beauty accompanying him, time passed very quickly. 2 hours passed, and the free trade ended. In the auction house, the more precious the treasures and natural treasures were, the better they were. When it was time to trade for the 8th item, a faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face. Young master, is the treasure controlling art very good? Qingling saw the look on Li Lingtian's face. Needless to say, her young master was determined to obtain this treasure controlling art. However, he was curious as to what this treasure control art was for his young master to care so much about it. The treasure control art is a spell. It doesn't have any attack or defense. This spell is to increase the master's control over the treasure. Li Lingtian explained earnestly. He was never a child's play when it came to cultivation as it concerned the lives of others. If he misguided others, he would be harming them. This treasure control art was not useful for low-level warriors like Qingling. It was only useful for treasures above Emperor Artifact. After he finished speaking, he quietly waited for Nangong Fei to continue his long-winded speech. This was the most basic knowledge of an auction host. The more interested a warrior was, the more intense the competition would be. No matter what, when it came to competition, one would often not be as calm as usual. Otherwise, why would the items in the auction house be so much more expensive than those outside? Not only was the quality good, but it was also safe to come from. Moreover, martial artists were affected when they competed. However, there are also some martial artists who would do anything to get what they wanted. Spirit stones were just a currency. To high-level martial artists, spirit stones were just currency. In the eyes of low-level martial artists, spirit stones could also be used for cultivation. The 8th item is a magic art. This magic art is extremely magical. For a martial artist, possessing this magic art can increase their strength by a large margin. Because no matter if it's a low-level or high-level martial artist, They are powerless to control treasures. Now, I've obtained a magic art to control treasures, called the treasure control art. I believe everyone has heard that the treasure control art is not an offensive or defensive skill, but it can allow one to have a better understanding of the treasure and unleash the greatest power of the treasure. One won't be long-winded. There's no need for me to introduce it. Everyone knows how magical this treasure control art is. The starting price is 10 million, and the minimum price for each increase is 100,000. Nan Gongfei took out a strange animal skin after he finished speaking. All the warriors were stunned. Usually, cultivation techniques and skills were recorded in jade slips. This way, they could be stored for an unlimited period of time and would not be destroyed. It was very rare to see skills and cultivation techniques recorded in beast skins. The beast skin was only the size of a palm, but it emitted a shocking demonic power. With his cultivation as a martial emperor, he could tell that this demonic power had been sealed. Otherwise, the demonic power would be more powerful than this. It should be a treasure control art, Li Lingtian said softly. He had never seen the treasure control art before, but a magical technique like the treasure control art could only exist in ancient times. Because only in ancient times did powerful treasures exist. Thinking about it, this beast skin should have belonged to a powerful divine beast. Using the beast skin of a divine beast as a carrier to record cultivation techniques, one did not need to think to know that the treasure control art was not fake. A base price of 10 million. The base price is 10 million. Is the spell recorded in this beast skin that powerful? Although this technique is at the heaven grade, it must be used by an expert with an emperor weapon. The starting bid is 10 million. For a moment, countless martial emperors were discussing animatedly. They did not start competing. One had to know that 10 million was only the base price. Moreover, this treasure-controlling art was only a support-type spell and did not have any obvious help to ordinary martial artists. However, there were also people who were interested in this treasure control art, but they pretended to be indifferent. The more they did so, the more advantageous it was for their competition. 11 million spirit stones. A third-level martial emperor shouted out the price with a faint smile on his face. Seeing that no one was competing, he was naturally happy. If he had this treasure control art, his control over the emperor artifact would be even more tacit. When he used it in a big battle, he would be able to unleash the power of the emperor artifact even more. 12 million spirit stones. 13 million spirit stones. 14 million. However, he did not get what he wanted. After he shouted, 3 martial artists appeared behind him to increase the price. The auction house was silent. Li Lingtian's face revealed a faint smile. These people were acting too fake. The more it was like this, the more intense the competition would be. It was better to directly raise the price in front. Qingling, 100 million. Li Lingtian said calmly. Instead of competing slowly, it was better to do it with a bang. In case some bored people were dawdling here, a treasure control art still had to be so hypocritical. He was really speechless. Okay, 100 million. Let's see what their expressions are like. Qingling said happily. Her young master had a lot of spirit stones, so he didn't care about these spirit stones at all. She could tell from Li Lingtian's usage of spiritual stones that as long as the young master fancied something, he would get it no matter how expensive it was. He would not accept anything that he did not like, even if it was sent over. 100 million low-grade spirit stones. A sweet and clear voice sounded. The sound of this voice always made countless martial artists speechless and helpless. Previously, 500 million spirit stones had crushed all the martial emperors. Now, the price was only slightly more than 10 million, but he had actually called out 100 million spirit stones. Does your family produce spirit stones? Or did you treat the spirit stones as mud? 100 million spirit stones? Aren't you looking for trouble? Hey, who are they? It's her again. I wonder where he came from to actually spend so much money. For a moment, countless martial emperors no longer cared about their status and began to complain. Last time, They were crushed. Now, she was the one who offered 100 million. Wasn't this a slap in the face? 101 million spirit stones. 120 million spirit stones. There is still a need for this treasure control art. 100 million spirit stones simply could not stop their determination to obtain the treasure control art. Li Lingtian did not say a word, but Qingling's face was filled with excitement. However, some of them looked scared and wanted to raise the price. However, the spirit stones belonged to young master, so they didn't dare to act recklessly. For a moment, their hearts were itching. Do as you see fit. This young master wants this treasure controlling art. Although Li Lingtian did not look at Qingling, he knew what the little girl was thinking based on his cultivation, divine consciousness, and experience. He needed this treasure controlling art, and this little girl seemed eager to try it, so he would grant her this once. Thank you, young master. That's great. Qingling was momentarily stunned when she heard Li Lingtian's words. She then became excited and kissed Li Lingtian on her lips, acting as if she was showing off. 200 million low-grade spirit stones. It was that crisp and sweet voice again. Although it sounded sweet, in the eyes of these martial emperors, it was terrifying. This was because this sound was an invisible attack. The attack could only be counterattacked with spirit stones. In the end, no matter how powerful one was, they would not be able to withstand the other party's attack. The auction house was also a great battle. It was not a battle of strength, but a battle of spirit stones. Whoever had more spirit stones would win. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, God's Soul Wood. Chapter 253, God's Soul Wood. Speechless, he collapsed. This was crushing, a powerful crushing, a silent crushing. He didn't show any emotion, but a few simple words had caused countless people to collapse and be shocked. Little girl, are you deliberately looking for trouble? A fourth-level martial emperor couldn't hold it in anymore. He was crushed by the voice twice. It sounded like a little girl. He looked sharply at Li Lingtian's private room. Although he could not use his divine perception to check the other party's cultivation base and appearance, he could still find the source of the voice. Qingling looked aggrieved, but she did not say a word when she saw Li Lingtian waving his hand to stop her. 201 million low-grade spirit stones. The martial artist who had just spoken increased the bid once again. This was also his bottom line. If such a terrifying competition appeared again, this treasure control art would brush past him. 202 million low-grade spirit stones. 210 million low-grade spirit stones. 220 million low-grade spirit stones. Behind him, a few martial royal realm experts tried to increase the bid to see if the voice would bid again. Moreover, their bid increased. As long as this girl didn't raise the price, they would be relieved. However, Li Lingtian had to get what he wanted. Naturally, Qingling understood that she had to return the favor after being scared by someone. 400 million low-grade spirit stones. Qingling looked at Li Lingtian, who was standing beside her, to test the waters. Seeing that Li Lingtian dared to raise the price to 400 million without saying a word, her heart began to pound. After bidding, she looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes. She was relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not angry. Her fair hands gently massaged Li Lingtian's shoulders as she loved him to the core. 400 million. Does the treasure-controlling art need 400 million? Little girl, you're courting death. Countless martial emperors were shocked, speechless. The fourth-level martial emperor, who spoke first, had a purplish face and could no longer hold it in. With a wave of his hand, an invisible attack was launched towards number 36's private room at an extremely fast speed. All the martial emperors were shocked. They actually dared to fight in the auction house. They didn't have spiritual stones, but they still went to find trouble with others. They were really speechless. An invisible attack. Ordinary people could not see it, but in front of a martial artist's divine sense, there was nowhere to hide. Just as the attack was about to hit the private room, a cold flame shot out from the small window. The flame was purple-blue in color. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the purple-blue flames collided with the invisible attack. It was so fast that the invisible attack was nullified. However, the purple-blue flame shot toward the fourth-level martial emperor. Tisk! In the air, wherever the flames passed, they were completely frozen. Countless martial emperors felt extremely cold and could only circulate their cultivation techniques to resist the cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the fourth-level martial emperor looked at the sky in horror. His expression froze, and he turned into an ice sculpture. His vitality quickly disappeared, and he did not even have the ability to resist. There was an uproar, and all the experts were stunned. A fourth-level martial royal realm expert attacked first. In the end, he did not expect his opponent to break his attack and even lose his life. A fourth-level martial emperor did not even have the chance to resist. What kind of strange attack was this? Ice flame. Ice flame. The world's top 10 flames are also the world's top 10 mysterious ice. It's a mutation of ice and flames, and it's also a fusion. It can't be called ice or flames because ice has flames and flames have ice. This is the ice flame. I didn't expect such a cold ice flame to actually appear here. A thing like the icy frost flame, the natural enemy of martial artists, can actually be controlled so freely. It's too terrifying. With the ice frost flame, he's invincible among martial artists of the same rank. No wonder he has such a wealth. He's an expert who controls the ice frost flame. Could it be a supreme realm expert? Many martial emperors recognized the ice flame and were shocked. When they looked at the 36th private room, their eyes were filled with horror. 400 million low-grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid? Nan Gongfei was speechless as he looked at the martial royal realm expert who had turned into an ice sculpture. When such a thing happened, it was supposed to be a fight in the auction house. However, the troublemaker had already been killed, so he had nothing to say. Moreover, this was a way out. He was also worried that the person in the private room was a martial honor. Although there were many martial honors in Moonrise City, none of them could be offended. He could only let this matter pass. Moreover, all the martial artists had seen that it was the fourth-level martial emperor who had caused trouble and was killed in the end. It was an easy instant kill. There was no shocking scene or impact, so it naturally could not be considered a fight. 400 million lower spiritual stones. Going twice. Anyone else? 400 million low-grade spirit stones going thrice. Congratulations to the person in private room, number 36, for obtaining the treasure control art. Nan Gongfei finally let out a sigh of relief. If this competition continued, something terrible would happen. Although it was said that the more intense the competition, the better. If it was too intense, he was afraid that he would not be able to control the situation. At that time, it would backfire. It was still the same young girl from before. She walked towards the private room on the second floor with the treasure control art. Young master, this is the item you bid for. Please accept it. The young lady revealed a charming smile as she handed the box containing the treasure control art to Li Lingtian. However, Qing Ling accepted it. She then passed the treasure controlling manual to Li Lingtian. Naturally, she could tell that this young lady was seducing her young master and would not let her have her way. If her young master liked her, she would accept it. However, a maid seduced her young master first and seduced him in front of her. Wasn't this a joke? Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Qing Ling's expression. He extended his hand and stroked Qing Ling's small face. Then, he took the treasure-controlling art and carefully examined it. The bee skin was definitely obtained from an ancient demonic beast or even an ancient divine beast. Although this treasure control technique was carved on the bee skin, it still required a powerful divine sense to be able to completely see through it. This was because the treasure-controlling art was not limited to the hundreds of small seal characters on the surface of the beast's skin. After using his divine sense, he could see that there were countless array formations on the surface of the beast's skin. After breaking the array formations, he could only see the information inside. Ancient Spirit Sealing Array. Not bad. Li Lingtian activated his divine consciousness and put away the treasure-controlling manual. He then began to count the spiritual stones in the divine dragon ring. With his powerful divine consciousness, he had finished counting the 400 million spiritual stones in just a few seconds. He handed the spirit stone over without even looking at the young girl. The young girl's expression clearly changed. "This servant will take her leave." The young girl bowed respectfully and left the private room. "Humph, rich kid. If it wasn't for the fact that my cultivation hasn't recovered, one would have killed you with one slap." The young girl left the private room and said angrily. She had never expected to be ignored by this young man twice. She had never received such treatment before. After saying that, she quickly covered her mouth and looked around. She was relieved when she saw that there was no one around. Then, he quickly brought the spirit stones back to the auction house. When he left, he did not forget to glare at private room number 36. After Li Lingtian kept the treasure control technique, he waited for the auction to begin. The treasures that came after should be pretty good. If he were to encounter precious materials and medicinal herbs, he would be able to compete for them. When Qingling saw Li Lingtian shaking his head at the 9th item, she knew that her young master did not like the 9th item. The two of them could only wait for the last item. It was not tiring for a man and a woman to work together, but while waiting, a man and a woman together did not feel bored at all. Naturally, Li Lingtian's palm was moving restlessly. Qingling could only endure his teasing. Finally, the 9th item was sold for 600 million. He could only be speechless. Treasures of the same level, in different places and at different times, had a huge difference in price. On the other hand, Qingling relaxed for a moment. Her delicate body felt as if it had been electrocuted and her heart raced. She was completely immersed in Li Lingtian's palm. If they were inside the cave abode, she would not have endured it like this. However, they were outside and she could only endure it. The 10th and final item. Nan Gongfei was a little disappointed when he saw that there was no competition for private room number 36. However, he was more glad that he couldn't stand the overwhelming number of spirit stones. This item is a piece of god soul wood, an ancient god soul wood. I won't say anything about its use. If I say it, I'll be insulting all of you. There's no low price, no bottom line for raising the price. You can use whatever you have in exchange, as long as your own item can surpass the other parties. Nan Gongfei said with a smile. As he spoke, a pitch-black piece of wood about a foot in size appeared in his storage bag. Rather than calling it wood, it would be more appropriate to call it iron. It was 1 foot long, 1 foot wide, and 1 foot high. There was no aura on it. God Soul Wood, there really is God Soul Wood. The God Soul Wood is one of the 5 ancient divine trees. It has a magical effect. When cultivating, it can protect a warrior's soul and increase the strength of the soul. Yeah, if I had a piece of God Soul Wood like this, my divine sense would be strengthened. All the warriors were shocked. Similarly, Li Lingtian did not expect the 10th item to be the God Soul Wood. This item was also arranged by the people in the auction house, so naturally, this news was not revealed. He naturally knew how powerful the God Soul Wood was. It was one of the 5 ancient divine trees. It was a legend in the divine martial continent. Not a bad piece of God Soul Wood. Looks like there will be competition this time. Li Lingtian's face revealed a smile. Qingling could not understand this smile and did not know what young master was going to decide. She didn't know what young master was thinking, but she didn't guess at all. As young master's maid, she just had to do what she had to do. As young master's maid, she was also his woman. She could only silently support him from behind. She leaned against Li Lingtian with a blissful expression on her face. Chapter 254, Chapter 254, Wealth Peak Duel 1. Chapter 254, Wealth Peak Duel 1. Countless experts looked at the God Soul Wood with greed on their faces. A martial artist's consciousness and cultivation were always proportional. Just like a martial soul, they were born with it. It was the same for the divine sense. The stronger the cultivation, the stronger the divine sense. Unless there was a mysterious cultivation method that specialized in cultivating the divine sense, otherwise, the cultivation level was directly proportional to the divine sense. However, Li Lingtian was an exception. As a person of 2 lifetimes, the fusion of 2 souls and the last soul of the Saint Lord of 9 Suns was also fused together. In his previous life, he was the 9-Yang Saint Lord. His soul was naturally incomparably powerful. The soul was the same as the consciousness. The stronger the soul, the stronger the consciousness. His martial arts grandmaster's consciousness was equivalent to the consciousness of a martial royal realm expert. Ordinary martial royal realm experts were not as powerful as his consciousness. Finally, someone couldn't wait any longer and started bidding. 2 million low-grade spirit stones. The bid was 100 million. It could be seen how magical and precious the God Soul Wood was. Moreover, such a treasure would be despised if the bid was too low. Although all the martial emperors were shocked by this price, they could only silently acknowledge it because this God Soul Wood was indeed worth this price. 150 million. Another martial emperor increased the bid by 50 million. Although it was not as shocking as 100 million, 50 million was still a lot. 200 million. In the private room on the 2nd floor, a calm voice sounded. It was also an increase of 50 million on the original price. 300 million. Similarly, this voice came from a warrior in the private room. It seemed that the real competition for the treasure was still the rich people in the private room. 400 million. In the auction house, an old man at the peak of the 8th level martial emperor shouted the price of 400 million coldly, without any expression on his face. 500 million. Spiritual stones were as worthless as dirt. Every time the bid was raised, it would be 100 million. Instantly, hundreds of martial emperors in the auction house were staring blankly. Although he envied the God Soul Wood, he still needed to have that kind of wealth. Moreover, they were all extremely excited when they saw the peak battle between the powerful martial emperors. They looked even happier than when they were competing. Do you still want to play? Li Lingtian's palm caressed Qing Ling's perky buttocks with a smile on his face. Although she was only 15 years old, the places that should be developed had already developed perfectly. The texture was intoxicating and smooth to the extreme. Yes, Qing Ling replied excitedly. This kind of competition was extremely exciting. Although her cultivation was very low, she could use spirit stones to crush these experts. It was also a kind of joy. And looking at young Master's current situation, he seemed to be interested in the God Soul Wood. All right, let's have fun, Li Lingtian said with a smile. The God Soul Wood was a legendary treasure that was rarely seen in 10,000 years. Naturally, he could not let it go. He could earn more if he ran out of spiritual stones, but the loss of these treasures meant that he would lose one more. Yes, Qing Ling said happily. Her face was red with excitement, and she looked extremely charming. Seeing a gap, he started to ponder how much he should bid. Young Master said that if he wanted to play, he should have fun. What was fun? It was to make everyone feel pressured and shocked. 2 billion. Seeing that the price had already reached 900 million, Qing Ling directly added 1 billion, instantly raising the price to 2 billion. Sure enough, the martial artist below did not speak. The original price of 900 million had already reached the limit of a martial royal realm expert. There were only 6 or 7 people competing for it. However, they did not expect that private room number 36 would actually bid 2 billion. Wasn't this a blow to everyone? Comparisons were infuriating. Martial emperors were already rich enough. Moreover, the martial emperors who came here were basically the top figures of a sect or the leaders of a sect. Otherwise, they would not have so many spiritual stones. However, compared to the people in the 36th private room, all the martial emperors were nothing. The few competitors in the private rooms on the second floor were also surprised. They were all extremely curious about the person in private room number 36. One could still take out 2 billion spirit stones. I'll add a 7th rank demon beast inner core to the original price. A faint voice came from the private room on the second floor. 2 billion spirit stones was already the limit of the limit. Helplessly, he could only take out a 7th grade inner core. Only a rank 7 demonic beast had a rank 7 inner core. A rank 7 demonic beast had the strength of a martial emperor powerhouse. They did not expect someone to actually kill a rank 7 demonic beast with the strength of a martial supreme. Immediately, countless experts were incomparably shocked. A grade 7 inner core is indeed extremely precious. However, I have a 10,000-year icy jade heart here. I believe that this 10,000-year icy jade heart is even more precious than a grade 7 inner core. In the auction house, the old man who was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial emperor realm took out a piece of crystal clear cold jade with one hand. Suddenly, the entire auction house seemed to have entered a world of glaciers. That's right. A 10,000-year-old icy jade heart is more precious than a 7th-tier inner core. Is there anyone better than the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade? Nangong face smiled. No matter what, the price of this god soul wood was already 2 billion. With the addition of this 10 millennium cold jade heart, he would definitely make a fortune. When Nangong Fei asked this question, a few experts revealed a trace of regret on their faces. They had very good materials and treasures, even better than the heart of the 10 millennium cold jade, but they did not have 2 billion low-grade spirit stones. The heart of the 10 millennia icy jade is indeed not bad, but everyone, take a look at this. Is it more valuable than the heart of the 10 millennia icy jade? Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling's helpless expression. No one could compete with her for spiritual stones, but since someone else had taken out a heaven-defying material, she naturally had no more. He didn't know if young master had any treasures, but he was sure that young master didn't have any. Li Lingtian could only shake his head when he saw the situation. He then spoke indifferently and activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. A fist-sized fruit appeared before him. The appearance of the fruit immediately caused the entire private room to become filled with spiritual energy. The spiritual energy spread outside, and the small window was opened. The fruit flew towards the auction house and finally floated above the auction house. In the auction hall, a 5-colored halo immediately appeared. The halo was filled with dense spiritual energy. The spiritual energy of the species was drifting in the air. All the martial artists were attracted by the bowl-sized fruit in the air. Under this spiritual energy, all the martial artists' spirits were roused. Immediately, their eyes revealed a greedy light. 5 elements spirit fruit. The real 5-star spirit fruit is the legendary 5-element spirit fruit. It was unknown who shouted, but there was excitement in his voice and a crazy expression on his face. After hearing this voice, all the martial artists went crazy because they were all martial royal realm experts. If they could get this 5-element spirit fruit, they could increase the chances of a martial royal realm expert advancing to the martial honored realm. Moreover, such a 5-element spirit fruit carried the chi of 5 elements. If a martial royal realm expert cultivated it, his cultivation speed would increase by countless times. It was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. It's indeed a 5 elements spirit fruit. That's right, it's the 5 elements spirit fruit. In the private room, a few experts said in shock. They were rank 9 martial emperors and lacked the opportunity to advance to the martial honor realm. If they had this heaven-defying treasure, the opportunity to advance to the martial honor realm would come. Sigh. The heart of the 10 millennium cold jade is a precious material, but it's nothing compared to the 5 elements spirit fruit. The expert holding the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade sighed. He knew his limits. No martial emperor could resist the temptation of a martial honor. Not to mention the other martial emperors. Even he couldn't resist the temptation of the five elements spirit fruit. If he had any wealth and treasures, he would definitely get this five elements spirit fruit. If the other party took out such a fruit, his wealth must be shocking. Moreover, he was willing to take out the five elements spirit fruit, so naturally he did not need the five elements spirit fruit. Countless martial emperors had already regarded the people in the 36th private room as martial honors. If they were martial emperors, they would never have such a treasure, let alone take it out. Is there no one who can take out something better than the five-element spirit fruit? Nan Gongfei was also extremely shocked. His face revealed an excited expression. With this five-element spiritual fruit, he could break through to the martial honored realm. No one knew that this god soul wood was his family heirloom. However, before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. Wait a minute. I can't just exchange this five-element spirit fruit for a piece of god soul wood. I want to exchange it for the heart of 10,000 years icy jade and the god soul wood. Li Lingtian replied indifferently with a smile on his face. Qingling was stunned when she heard his words. He didn't expect young master to be so cunning. He didn't need to compete. When the time came, as long as that person got the god soul wood, he would give up the god soul wood in exchange for the five-element spirit fruit. During this period of time in the cave dwelling, she had gained a lot of knowledge. She knew a little about the various rare treasures in the divine martial continent. Naturally, she knew how precious the five-element spirit fruit was. It was a heaven-defying treasure. She had never thought that her young master would have such a treasure. Whoosh! There was an uproar. All the martial emperors were stunned. Who were these people? This was 2F** eking cunning. He actually used this trick. He was really speechless. However, the expert who held the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade revealed a crazed expression. It was obvious that number 36 had taken a fancy to his flirt of the 10,000-year icy jade and the god soul wood. He wanted to use one item to exchange for two. Although they all knew this, no one had such strength and courage. Sir, this is in line with the rules of the auction house. Nan Gongfei was shocked. The five elements spiritual fruit in his hand flew away, just like that. Wasn't this torture? Rules are set by people. Besides, one didn't agree to exchange the five-element spirit fruit for the god soul wood. Do you all think I'm a fool? The five-element spirit fruit blooms every 10,000 years, bears fruit every 10,000 years, and ripens every 10,000 years. 5 fruits appear at the same time. However, they appear at different times. They will only ripen slowly after 5 fruits appear. In other words, a ripe 5-element spirit fruit will take at least 550,000 years. A 550,000-year-old 5-element spirit fruit is not as precious as this, even if it's a heaven-defying treasure in the divine martial continent. Why would I return a piece of god soul wood? In the private room, a faint voice spoke with confidence. Countless martial emperors were shocked. They didn't expect the experts in the private room to know so much about the 5-element spirit fruit. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, The Deal 1. Chapter 255, The Deal 1. The martial emperors present were confused. If they wanted to exchange the 5-element spirit fruit for the god soul wood, they could just go to the auction house because the 10,000-year icy jade heart and 2 billion spirit stones could only be exchanged for the god soul wood. Yet, he wanted the god soul wood and the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade. This was illogical. Unless there were 2 pieces of god soul wood or 2 pieces of 10,000-year frost jade. All the martial emperors knew that the expert in the 36th private room was not a fool. Number 36 had already taken out 500 million yuan to buy the jade hairpin and 400 million yuan to buy the treasure control art. The 2 treasures were worlds apart, but the price he offered was also completely opposite. It could be seen that this expert was acting according to his own mood. He would use any means to get his hands on the items he liked. An expert who had already taken out 900 million was bidding 2 billion for the god soul wood. Such a huge sum was something that martial emperors could only look up to. This. Nangong Fei was already speechless. He couldn't make up his mind when faced with such a situation. Could it be that Your Excellency Nangong, the soliciting moon auction house, is going to force you to buy and sell? That's right. One have two hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade. The hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade are divided into yin and yang. The two hearts of the 10 millennia icy jade appear together. The expert with the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade said coldly. Instantly, everyone understood that there really were two hearts of the 10,000-year icy jade. He didn't care about the influence of the Moonrise auction house. He only cared about his cultivation. He was at the peak of the 8th level of the martial emperor realm, which was the perfect time to use the 5-element spiritual fruit. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? He smiled faintly and looked towards private room 36. For a moment, the auction hall was extremely quiet. Nangong Fei didn't want to give up on the 5 elements spiritual fruit. 2 billion low-grade spirit stones and the heart of the 10,000-year-old icy jade. This piece of God soul would belong to Sir number 133. Nangong Fei pondered for a moment. This time, the appearance of the 5-element spirit fruit had messed up his plans and ruined the reputation of the Moonrise auction house. In the end, he could only give the God Soul Wood to the Martial Royal Realm expert number 133. The hammer struck down, and this piece of God Soul Wood also had a buyer. However, the buyer number 133 was not a real buyer. I'm curious, how did you know that I have two hearts of 10,000-year cold jade? 133 Tier 8 Martial Emperors looked at Li Lingtian's private room and asked seriously. His curiosity was the same as everyone else's, including Nangong Fei. He was initially confused by Li Lingtian before he gradually understood something. It was only when Martial Emperor number 133 mentioned that he had two pieces of the 10 Millennium Cold Jade Heart that he finally understood. I'll grant you your wish. You're an 8th level Martial Emperor. It would be a waste if this 5-element spiritual fruit was found elsewhere. However, with it on you, you'll definitely become a martial honor within 5 years. If you continue to inquire about everything about this young master, this deal will be off the table, Li Lingtian said coldly. With his ice soul martial soul, he had the ability to sense all water and ice-type treasures. Thank you for your help. Your eyes are as sharp as torches. As long as I have this 5-element spirit fruit, I can become a martial honor within 5 years. The rank 8 Martial Emperor in number 133 bowed respectfully to Li Lingtian's private room. His face was filled with respect and awe. That was because that expert had seen through his cultivation and mysterious cultivation technique. Everything about him could not be hidden from his eyes. I see. Everything is under his control. No wonder he wants the God Soul Wood and the 10,000-year icy jade heart. He already knew that there were two hearts of the 10,000-year icy jade here. We were kept in the dark. He is definitely a martial honors senior. No one can keep up with this kind of thinking. It turns out that he has already controlled everything in his hands. Hey! All the martial emperors finally understood. In the beginning, he had confused everyone. No one knew what this move was. The martial emperors present were all confused by his words. They felt that something was wrong, but they could not remember. This was because he had used the 5-element spirit fruit to exchange for the God Soul Wood and the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade. However, the heart of the 10,000-year icy jade had been exchanged for the God Soul Wood, and the heart of the icy jade had fallen into the auction house. Nangong Fei had the heart of 10,000-year-old icy jade and 2 billion spirit stones, while the Martial Emperor number 133 had the God Soul Wood. It was impossible to exchange for two. Moreover, he had directly confronted Nangong Fei from the auction house, which had them completely baffled. Soon, the Martial Emperor number 133 had exchanged for the God Soul Wood. He then took out the God Soul Wood and the other piece of 10 Millennium Cold Jade Heart he had on him and asked the maidservant to deliver the two items to Li Lingtian's private room. Although he had used up 2 pieces of the heart of 10,000 years cold jade at once, he had obtained the 5 elements spirit fruit. As for the god soul wood and the 5 elements spirit fruit, they were worlds apart. When the transaction was completed, countless martial emperors looked at Li Lingtian's private room respectfully. Young master, you even fooled me just now. I feel that it's very normal, but I feel that something is wrong. I just can't remember. One didn't expect that your words would be able to fool all the martial emperors. Young master, you're so awesome. Qingling saw all of this and became excited. She didn't know why young master's thoughts changed so quickly. He had fooled everyone, and no one had discovered it yet. Haha, you're even more powerful at night. It's just that they don't know that that guy has 2 hearts of 10,000-year cold jade in his hands. They were also stunned by our aura. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he reached out to caress her proud chest. Indeed, when they bid, they were so shocked that they had completely forgotten about the loophole in Li Lingtian's words. However, when they realized the loophole, they blushed and could only hide it in their hearts. Very soon, a piece of god soul wood and the heart of the 10,000-year cold jade were sent to the private room. It was still the young girl. But this time, it was different from the last time. A trace of curiosity appeared on her face, as if she had seen through this strange competition. After a brief inspection, Li Lingtian put away the god soul wood and the 10 millennium cold jade heart. With a tap of his hand, the 5 elements spirit fruit floating in the air descended. Force Emperor number 133 wrapped the 5 elements spiritual fruit with a piece of gauze and put into a jade box. Finally, the final transaction came to an end. Li Lingtian and Qingling quickly left the auction house and headed to their cave abode. In this auction, all the martial emperors were depressed. They were suppressed and played by others. It also allowed them to see what wisdom was. One by one, they left gloomily. By the time Li Lingtian and the others came out, it was already late at night. Young master, do you think Nangong Fei will find trouble with us? Qingling tugged at Li Lingtian's sleeve as the two of them walked quickly. However, she was worried that Nangong Fei would cause trouble for her young master. Yes, but not now. Moreover, there are already blind people coming. Li Lingtian said calmly with a murderous look on his face. In his line of sight, 3 powerhouses were standing in front of them. It seemed like they had been waiting for them for a long time. Qingling also saw the 3 experts in front of her, and her face revealed a trace of fear. Countless experts who came out of the auction house hurriedly left when they saw this formation. This was because they had clearly seen who the 3 experts in front were. These 3 experts were not people they dared to provoke easily. The Yin family had 3 experts from the outer circle, and they were 5th-level martial emperors. They didn't make a move, but the air was filled with an oppressive and strange aura. The 3-rank, 5 martial emperors formed a triangle. I finally found you. You're courting death for provoking the Yin family. Yin Tian said coldly. In the afternoon, when they heard that the disciples of the Yin family had been killed, they were all shocked beyond words. It was beyond their imagination that someone dared to provoke the Yin family in Moonrise City. Although countless martial emperors did not dare to provoke the Yin family, they were watching the show from afar. No one knew who Li Lingtian was when they walked out of the auction house. This was because the private room was shielded from the divine sense, so they could not see the person's appearance. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face as he completely ignored the 3 martial royal realm powerhouses. He did not want to fight with 3 martial royal realm powerhouses here. His lips parted slightly, but no one could hear what he was saying. If you can kill 3 ants in 10 seconds, I'll let you reach the martial honored realm within a year. If you can kill 3 ants in 20 seconds, I'll let you reach the martial honored realm within 2 years. A voice transmission was sent out, and then he stopped talking. Qingling didn't know what young master was saying because the secret voice transmission couldn't be heard by outsiders unless the person's soul consciousness was extremely powerful and surpassed the person's soul consciousness. All right, but I have to leave Moonrise City for a while after killing 3 ants. Where can I find you? In the dark, an 8th-level martial emperor sent a voice transmission. This 8th-level martial emperor was none other than the old man at the auction house. In Moonrise City. As long as you can show up in Moonrise City within 10 years, I will know of your existence immediately. Even if you go to the ends of the earth, one can still find you. Li Lingtian's voice was calm, as though he was a superior. As the two of them transmitted their voices, the killing intent on Yin Tian and the other two's faces became even stronger. The true essence in their bodies circulated to the extreme. That was because they had received news that Flame Extinguisher had been killed in the blink of an eye, and so had a martial emperor. The other party must be powerful. Otherwise, they would not have 3 rank 5 martial emperors. Blazing Flame Force, Heavenly Wind, Violent Slash, Overlord Saber. The 3 of them hovered in the air as 3 destructive attacks formed an intersection point and slashed down at Li Lingtian. Such an attack would kill even a Tier 7 or 8 Atartial Emperor. The destructive attacks from the sky arrived before Li Lingtian in the blink of an eye. However, Li Lingtian did not move at all as he stared coldly at the 3 incoming attacks. Qing Ling's face turned pale. She had never seen such a scene before. She could only hug Li Lingtian's arm tightly with her little hands. Just as the attack was about to land on Li Lingtian and the other two, Yin Tian and the other two revealed a look of horror. 3 attacks were directed in another direction. Chapter 256, Chapter 256, Yin Family 1. Chapter 256, Yin Family 1. Countless experts were shocked to see the 3 attacks forcefully change direction. They all looked behind the 3 experts. In the air, he saw a man dressed in black with a black cloak on his head, covering his entire body. It was unknown when the man in black had arrived in the air. A destructive attack was launched at the 3 martial emperors. A shocking cold air appeared in the air. At the same time, the light of the attack arrived in front of the 3 martial emperors of the Yin family in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The 3 attacks collided with the light. The light trembled for a moment before it ruthlessly crushed the 3 of them. Pucci. The 3 rank 5 martial emperors were completely crushed to death. In the blink of an eye, the black-robed man's body flashed and disappeared in the air. With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian pulled the trembling Qing Ling forward. When he passed by the corpses of the 3 martial emperors, his face revealed a look of disdain. Then, he walked into the distance. In less than half an hour, Li Lingtian brought Qing Ling back to the cave abode. All the experts were shocked when they saw the 3 martial emperors of the Yin clan being killed. It seemed that the black-clothed expert was the young man's subordinate. Otherwise, why would he kill the 3 martial emperors? Moreover, the young man didn't show any change in his expression from the beginning to the end, as if he knew the result. Young master, who is that man in black? Qing Ling leaned against Li Lingtian and was still afraid. The might of 3 martial emperors was something a warrior could not resist. It's its master. Li Lingtian took out the 10 Millennium Cold Jade Heart from the Divine Dragon Ring and spoke calmly with a smile on his face. Are you saying that the black-robed martial artist is the expert who traded for your 5-element spirit fruit? Why would he help you kill the Yin family's expert? Isn't that offending the Yin family? Qing Ling said in confusion. It was hard to imagine that an 8th-level martial emperor would offend the Yin family just because of a few words from young master. He wondered what other powerful methods his young master had. He had crushed all the martial emperors in the auction house and even took out the legendary 5 elements spiritual fruit. It was hard to imagine that his young master was an omnipotent god. If I can help him reach the supreme realm within a year, he will naturally not be afraid of the Yin family. No matter how powerful the Yin family is, they will not dare to offend a supreme realm expert. Li Lingtian said with a smile. As he kept the 10 millennium-aged, icy jade heart, he extended his hand and stroked Qing Ling's body. A moment later, Qing Ling let out a soft moan as she leaned weakly into Li Lingtian's arms, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. Today, she had been teased by Li Lingtian several times, but she had to endure it forcefully. Now, she no longer had to endure it, as the fire was ignited at the slightest touch. When Li Lingtian saw Qing Ling's expression, he wrapped his arms around her and carried her into the room. The room was instantly filled with moans, and the spring scenery was infinitely beautiful. While the two of them were making love, the Yin family's expert's face was extremely gloomy. The Yin clan was a transcendent existence in Moonrise City, even older than the 10 great clans. No one knew how long the Yin clan had existed. Some of the experts could not put their finger on it. They could only feel that the Yin family had been here since Moonrise City had existed. Although the Yin family's influence could not compare to the 10 great families, no one from the 10 great families dared to provoke the Yin family. The Yin clan was like a hermit powerhouse in soliciting Moon City. However, in recent years, the low-key Yin clan had become unbridled in Moonrise City, and people could not understand them. The Yin family was located in the west of the soliciting Moon City. They occupied an area with a radius of 100 miles. To be able to occupy such a large territory in a place like the main city, the Yin family must be very powerful. Even if the 10 great clans were to be combined, they would not be stronger than the Yin family. No one dared to challenge the Yin family's position. Even the disciples of the Yin family had become the representatives of the second generation and ruffians in Moonrise City. They did things without any scruples. However, today, someone had killed a disciple of the Yin family. Now, 3 5th-level Martial Royal Realm Genius disciples were killed by the opponent's expert in one strike. How could the Yin family not be furious? How detestable! He even dares to kill a disciple of my Yin family. Does he think that the Yin family has no one left? Yin Yuetian said coldly. The Yin family did not cultivate fire martial souls because of their surname. On the contrary, many martial artists in the Yin family cultivated water and ice martial souls. The more orthodox the bloodline of the Yin family was, the more successful the ice and water martial souls they cultivated would be. Other martial artists needed powerful martial souls, but the Yin family had an innate advantage in bloodline. He was a peak rank 9 martial emperor in Yinhua Heaven. He had been the head of the family for 200 years and had never made any mistakes. He did not expect that the disciples of the Yin family would be killed in Moonrise City. It would have made sense outside, but in Moonrise City, it was a slap in the face. Patriarch, this matter can't be so simple. Think about it. Even the top 10 families wouldn't dare to attack us in Moonrise City. Besides, the other party is so powerful that they can kill us in an instant. They should be experts from outside. Yin Feng muttered to himself for a while before finally speaking. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the resourceful star in the Yin family. Almost all of the Yin family's ideas were made by him. Although his cultivation was not strong, he was smart. Even a family head was polite to him. More importantly, Yin Feng's father was one of the top 3 experts of the Yin family, a martial honor. Who would dare to provoke the father of a supreme realm expert? However, Yin Feng was only a 4th-level martial emperor. He was like a tiger father and a dog son. Third brother, do you have any good ideas? Yin Yuetian looked at Yin Feng and asked. He knew that it was not easy to kill the Yin family. If it was the 10 great families of Moonrise City, they would not have the guts to do so. Outsider experts should more or less understand how powerful the Yin family was. If they ignored the Yin family after knowing how powerful the Yin family was, they would be worthy of attention. I've received news that the person who killed Yin Mie with a wave of his hand is a young man, about 17 or 18 years old. Beside him is an ordinary maid, and this young man has no cultivation at all. A person who can't even tell the cultivation level of a martial emperor can actually kill a martial emperor's Yin Mie with a wave of his hand. Is that possible? Therefore, the only possibility is that this young man is a terrifying expert. Also, just now, After that young man came out of the auction house, he didn't resist at all when he saw the 3 destructive attacks. Then, the 3 of them were killed by a man in black. If I'm not mistaken, the man in black is the young man's subordinate. 3 rank 5 martial emperors were killed in an instant, even though they joined forces. Unless they were a powerhouse at the peak of rank 9, we wouldn't dare to make a decision so easily. Yin Feng started to analyze carefully. More than 10 martial emperors in the hall listened carefully. When they heard the last part, their faces revealed a terrified expression. Then what does third brother think is the best way to deal with this matter? We can't just let it go, right? Yin Yuetian's expression turned solemn. His Yin family had been acting without restraint during this period of time, but now they were in a dilemma. Let's observe this matter first. If the other party doesn't have any background, we'll directly eliminate him. This way, not only will our Yin family's reputation not be damaged, but it will also increase our Yin family's prestige. Besides, father and second uncle are at the final stage of their cultivation. If they can master that move, Moonrise City will be the Yin family's world. It might even become the most powerful existence after the 10 great superfamilies. Yin Feng's face revealed an excited expression as he finished speaking. The skills cultivated by the 3 supreme realm experts could destroy the world. Moreover, at the last moment, this was also the greatest reliance of the Yin family. Aha, not bad. Third brother is really able to see through it. That's right. When the 3 elders have mastered that move, soliciting Moon City will be the Yin family's world. At that time, our Yin family will have a place in the Azure Continent. Hey! Arrogant laughter rang out in the hall of the Yin family. Moonrise City, which had seemed calm and peaceful, was now facing a storm. The next day, Li Lingtian woke up and looked at Qing Ling beside him with a contented smile on his face. He was impressed that she was still smiling even though she was fast asleep. This little girl had already become a perfect woman under his own development. After lazing around in bed for a while, he got out of bed to cultivate. He only practiced a few Earth-grade skills once. As long as he cultivated, he would still be comprehending the wrath of the gods. However, he was unable to use this move, which puzzled him. He slightly tidied up the items he had obtained from the auction yesterday, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Although the heart of 10,000-year icy jade couldn't compare to immemorial ice crystal and profound ice crystal, it was still very helpful to ice fire, 9 heavens. What he valued was still the god soulwood. Although his divine sense was powerful, when he controlled treasures, it was still a little difficult. If he had the god soulwood, he could strengthen his divine sense again. In the future, his spiritual sense would surpass those of the same level by even more. The items he obtained this time were all support type, and the treasure control art was the same. It did not have any offensive or defensive abilities. However, in Li Lingtian's opinion, this treasure control art was born for him. If he could control his treasures well, the power they could unleash would increase, and his strength would increase greatly. After cultivating for an hour, Qing Ling had already finished cooking. Just as she was about to eat, Qing Yun came outside the cave. Qing Ling was elated to see her brother. Although Li Lingtian was around, Qing Yun was her brother whom she had to rely on. "Brother, you're here. Young master is inside. We're about to eat. Hurry up and go in." Qing Ling opened a restriction outside the cave and shouted happily. She pulled Qing Yun's hand and walked inside. Yes. When Qing Yun saw that his sister's cold aura had been removed, he was also extremely happy. However, he realized that his sister had changed from a girl to a woman. Then he understood. Qing Ling was young master's maid, and her sister was naturally beautiful and charming, so she was naturally accepted by young master. Although he was a little disappointed, he was more happy for his sister. With young master around, naturally no one would dare to bully Qing Ling. And looking at Qing Ling, she was also willing. Young master was a genius, and all the girls in the world would fall for him. His sister was naturally the same. Moreover, he had also received news that what happened yesterday was done by his young master. Since he even dared to provoke the Yin family, it naturally wouldn't be so simple that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.